All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me today on this Sunday, which is also Father's Day. So happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Hope you're having a good Father's Day. Thank you, Texan American Gaming. Mini Tom, what's going on, man? Wes, Hanzo, 0 Point, Tarnished, Dwayne Johnson. What's going on, guys? Yeah, so it's a rainy day today. Although, based off my lighting here, I'm getting the natural light. You can't tell. I'm like looking at it. It looks real bright. But it's just pretty rainy outside. I just ate some ribs. Yeah, just had some ribs, and they were really good. So I'm nice and full. I'm ready. I got the energy now. I got the energy for the stream, bro. All right. Yeah. So we have multiple topics we're going to be covering today. I mean, if you look at the title, that's a main topic of discussion. Muhammad says the Potato S strikes again. We're going to talk about it. Witcher 4 is being developed for console first, which is a deviation from what we would expect from CD Projekt Red. But they also said that the Series S is going to be a tough one. A tough one. The console wars are back on. Hey, man, I don't make the news, okay? I'm not the one. Listen, I'm not the one who said Witcher 4 is going to be tough to get running on the Series S. I didn't say that. I'm just here to tell you who said that. Who said that? But, yeah, we'll talk about that. We're going to be talking about Wolverine and Intergalactic. Sony seems to be hinting at when we can expect these games. We're going to be talking about Sony cross-gen. We're going to be talking about apparently the Xbox handheld being reportedly canceled. We're going to be talking about Astro Bot. We're going to be talking about Red Dead. So we got quite a few things we're going to be talking about today. Can't wait to play The Witcher 4 on the Switch 2. I don't think The Witcher 4 is coming to the Switch 2, man. Boss is here. He's here. Have no fear. He's here. Wolverine, yeah, we need it, dude. I think Ryan, you're thinking of a Full Metal Jacket. Who said that? Who'd have said that? All right, come on, boss. Let's get settled in. Muhammad, you're saying a lot of PC fanboys on the subreddit are angry because of CD Projekt Red prioritizing the console. Well, I'm sure the game will still be amazing on PC. I don't know why they would be so upset. Like, they need to prioritize the console. Because when Cyberpunk 2077 came out, it wasn't a train wreck on PC, it was a train wreck on console. So I think they have the PC side locked in. I just think that they need to do this to reassure console players that it's going to be fine. So it makes sense. But yeah, they did comment on the Series S. And they did talk about how it's going to be a real challenge to apparently get this game running on that console. Yeah, we might be getting some Red Dead Redemption news this week. Some Red Dead 2 news, specifically. So, all right, guys. Do me a favor. Okay? If you haven't already, take a moment and hit that like button. We're almost at 30 likes. Hitting the like button lets me know you enjoy the content. It helps the channel. And, yeah, it helps with YouTube's algorithm as well. William, what's up, man? You're glad that PlayStation isn't going game date on PC? Oh, wait, you retracted it. Or maybe you were asking me if I'm glad they're not going game date. I'll let you retype it, whatever it was. You've been putting off playing Red Dead 2 on console till the 60 FPS patch comes out. I mean, that's understandable. Yeah. Feels like it should have happened already, but William, you're saying you're glad they're not going day and date on PC, and you're asking me how I feel about it. I would say yeah, I'm pretty glad too, just because I feel like what Stellar Blade is showing, it proves that like they don't need to, and it like I think both camps can be very happy. Is what I'm trying to say. So like Sony's not going day and date on PC, and so that means they're going to prioritize the console to a certain degree. And if you buy the PlayStation console, you'll get like first dibs on the bigger tentpole single player games. But if you are on PC and you have interest in these games, you may have to wait for them. But, you know, the wait will likely be worth it because you're going to get hopefully a fully optimized PC version, you know, a second rollout. And I think what we see with Stellar Blade, it pretty much proves that, like, you know, the best of both worlds can be achieved through a strategic and mindful approach. I don't think that it necessarily means Sony will never go day and date, but, you know, at least for now, for the foreseeable future, like, you know, this is the new PlayStation leadership coming out, letting us know what their plans are, and they're, yeah. You missed what I was saying about my experience on the 28 days screening with the lady who was pissed off at me. How do you deal with disruptive / talkative people who won't be quiet until they get told? Oh, that's a tough one, Dwayne. Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, it would take a lot, and I mean a lot, for me to be that person to be like, you need to be quiet. Because I'm not that person, right? Like, I don't want to engage with people. I don't want to interact with people in general, let alone in that way. So it's like, you know, it's one of those things where if it was that bad and nobody else is saying anything, and it's like, so I'm going to have to be the one to do it, I'm going to be even more annoyed. So, like, if I'm the one that has to say it, I'm going to be probably an asshole, you know, and be like, hey, can you shut the fuck up, you know? But see, that's why I don't want to engage, because it's like people aren't going to respond kindly to that. But yeah, that sucks, Dwayne. That really sucks. I mean, people should know that if you're going to a movie screening, like, don't talk during the showing, you know? Like, you could whisper to the person next to you. Yeah, I mean, that's how I feel. Like, these days, I definitely want to just mind my own business. You know, I mean, maybe if you're polite about it, you know, if you're just like, hey, you know, I'm not trying to be rude, but, you know, how do you present that in a not rude way? I feel like you could be the nicest person ever. Be like, do you think you could just please lower your voice a little bit and maybe not talk as much? I'm trying to enjoy the movie. I feel like, like the person who is lacking the self-awareness, you know what I mean? Like they're the person talking during the movie. They're not thinking about them being a problem. No matter what, you know, it's probably not going to go well. So I don't know, Dwayne, how did it go for you? Say it in a polite way. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm like half kidding. Like, I'm just saying that now, but in reality, if I was really in that situation, I don't think I would turn around and tell somebody to shut the F up. Unless they were being like, unless I was ready to fight them, you know? Like, I'm going to fight you now, you know? But, I mean, world's crazy, man. World's crazy. This is why I don't go to the movie theaters anymore, though, you know? I don't go anywhere no more. We have Lux with a super chat. Says, was really excited for The Witcher 4, but now they're prioritizing a 5-plus-year-old console. It means it won't be all it could have been. It could have pushed RPGs. That's fair. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, I think it was going to release on these consoles no matter what. I mean, what would have been crazy for something like The Witcher 4 is if they're like, we're not releasing it on PS5. It's going to be a next-gen game. That would be really interesting. But I mean, how many developers really are going to pass on the PS5 at this point? You know? I don't think many are. I mean, CD Projekt Red, they could be the ones to push further, but they would probably have to do so with severely limited sales, you know? 60% of the PCs in the market are weaker than the PS5. That's true too. Yeah. I mean, the Series S situation with this console's, I think, the concerning part, you know? Witcher 4 is a next-gen game. I think it's a cross-gen game. William, you think a lot of developers will pass on the PS5 because they're developing their game for PS6? Exactly, Tarnished. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah. Well, guys, we are going to dive into this conversation. Before we do, though, I do want to, again, ask you to please hit that like button if you haven't. But if you want to support the content and the channel directly, we are completely fan-funded, okay? I run this channel based on the support that you guys give, and we have very generous people here, and I simply could not do this without your support. So there are a couple of ways you can support. Consider becoming a channel member, gain access to some exclusive content. We just did a 2.5-hour Days Gone Remastered Platinum stream, which was an interesting one, where that's how long it took me to get the last couple trophies to get the Platinum. So that's for members. We did a members lounge. Consider gifting memberships. Okay, if we hit 25 members today, we'll feed the beast. Consider dropping a super chat, a direct donation. These are all ways in which you can support the content and the channel directly. And I'm very grateful for that. So a big shout out and a big thank you to everybody who does that. I simply could not do it without your support. How much for a couple of hours in Legend of Dragoon? Yeah. I know, William. You keep asking me this. God, I don't know. Like, I'm intimidated by it, you know? I'm intimidated. I won't lie. It has to be something that's well, William, would this be like a members thing or like a public stream with the Legend of Dragoon? Because I mean, I've been recommended this game numerous times, and I won't lie, I am intimidated by it. Titus says it better be a lot because there will be no viewers. Thanks, Titus. You're giving me the confidence. Just a couple of hours, no need to go all in. It could be either for members or for everybody. I'll continue to think about this, William. I'll continue to let it turn in my mind. I have to be in a certain frame of mind for sure. Like, I don't know. I think it will happen at some point, and I'll let you know. I'll give you the signal. And I've been seeing you engaging on some of my Twitter posts, man. I appreciate that, dude. And I saw your breakdown. I probably should have. Yeah, next time the next time we go over something when it comes to the PlayStation business side, I'll look over that again. I should have used your breakdown of the business segment meeting because you do a good job with that. And Lux with a super chat says we will never get proper next gen games. PS6 games will be made for PS5, maybe some still for PS4. Sad to see the industry dragged by previous gens. Well, I mean, you're not wrong, Lux, but I think the reason for this is because it's kind of what the market is signaling, you know? I think if it were up to developers, they would continue to just move forward, right? But the market is showing a kind of reluctance or hesitation to, you know, move over to the next generation of hardware in the same way that they did previously. And this, I think, is just the natural way of things because, you know, you're not looking at graphical leaps like from the PS1 to the PS2, the PS2 to the PS3, or even the PS3 to the PS4. Really, the PS4 to the PS5 is the first time where it's like, now we got to get more nuanced, right? We have to start talking about things like 120 FPS, 60 FPS performance modes. And a lot of us like this stuff, but to the more casual gamer, what they see is they're like, okay, so God of War Ragnarok, I can play that on PS4 and Call of Duty still releasing on PS4? Oh, okay. Well, what's the difference? And, you know, there are differences, but a lot of people are just, when you put them side by side, even if you use, I don't want to say buzzwords, but you tell them like, oh, this has got ray tracing and this has got 120 FPS and it's got better lighting. It's like all that stuff's great, but if it's not like a really demonstrable, I mean, just truly like night and day difference, it's going to become a harder sell. And I think that's kind of what we're watching happen in front of us. It's been unfolding, I think, this entire generation. And I think this is why Sony is already coming out, with their business segment meeting. They're already coming out and saying, like, yeah, we're going to take a multi-generational approach with the PS6. Like, they already established that years in advance. So I think it's just because they know that no matter how good the PS6 is, no matter how amazing the games look, no matter how fancy all of it is, right? The features and, here's 8K, 60 FPS for this game somehow or something like that, 4K 120, ray tracing, path tracing, whatever, dude. Like, that's all going to be amazing to us. But I think for the majority of people, are going to be like, I don't really see a difference, or like it looks mostly the same. We're seeing that right now with the PS5 and the PS5 Pro. But even if somebody says, well, that's just a Pro console, look at the comparisons that people were making between the PS4 and the PS5. A lot of people did upgrade, but more people than expected didn't. We don't know how much of that was affected by cross-gen versus, hey, don't you dare bite that. Hold on, boss is... No. Bad boss. It's Father's Day, bro. Show some respect. PS5 Pro walked so the PS6 can sprint. But yeah, Lux, you're not wrong, man. You're saying the problem is not the market, it's capitalism. People have no money to upgrade, so they hold on to their devices for longer. I mean, it's that too. You could make an argument if everybody could like easily afford it, that everybody would be upgrading quicker. But I don't know, man. It's going to be truly fascinating to see Sony roll out the PS6 and how they choose to do it. I'm considering it, Lux. I mean, it's a tough one because The Witcher 3, I've heard nothing but incredible things about it, and it's one of those games where it's like, I feel like I have to play this at some point. But one of the things I've also heard about it is it's very daunting. Like, it's a very long game, and I don't know. I mean, every new game in a franchise, they want new people to pick it up and play it, and I don't know. Is The Witcher 4 going to be where I start? I mean, they are doing a Witcher remake, right? Like a Witcher 1 remake? No, I never did play The Witcher 3. I thought about it many times, but it's just one of those games where I'm like, oh man, if I choose to do this, it's an undertaking. It's like I'm going to have to, there's no half measures here. And everything I've heard, it's like, yeah, this game is like hundreds of hours, dude. I mean, truthfully, the reason I would say I skipped it is because when it came out, wasn't even familiar with The Witcher. I didn't really even know what it was, and I just suddenly saw people talking about it, and it was blowing up everywhere. I'm like, oh okay, well, that's cool, but I don't know. I just didn't bite, and then the years went on, and the expansions came out, and CD Projekt Red kept supporting it. I'm like, damn, okay, like, I guess The Witcher. It didn't have the PlayStation exclusive logo on it. Yeah, if it was an exclusive, I would have tried it, bro. Lux knows. What games do I actually play? I mean, I'll run down as we get closer to the end of this generation. Maybe I'll do like a rundown of like, I don't know if it would be all the games I played, but most of the games I played this generation. Whiskey, you tried getting into it. You just don't like it. I mean, that's the thing. I kind of look at it and I'm like, it's one of those things where people talk about it so highly that I'm like, if I get into this and I don't like it as much, it's fine, I guess. But it's just sometimes like I look at gameplay of The Witcher 3 and I I see it and I'm like, I understand the allure, but I'm just not sure that I'm going to like it as much as everybody else. I don't know. But then again, I haven't really given it a proper chance, so it's hard to determine. Witcher 4 is going to be interesting to pay attention to, though, just simply for the fact that it's going to be one of the biggest games that launches. You know? That's true, Tarnished. That's true. I mean, Whiskey Gaming, I kind of feel like that's how I'm going to end up feeling. And, to each their own. No, I played Cyberpunk. I didn't finish Cyberpunk, but I played it. I think I got about halfway through. I got to go back to that and finish it at some point. But that's the thing. When I was playing Cyberpunk, I'm like, I can. It wasn't clicking with me the same, like the way. This is the way I see people talk about it. It's like it's not. It's a great game. I'm not over the moon about it. Like so many other people are. But I would like to get back to it and finish it. You fell off of Cyberpunk 2, Whiskey? Damn, bro. Boss, behave. Behave, bro. You're realizing you're probably not a CD Projekt Red guy. I mean, I wonder if I'm in the same camp. I'll keep my eyes on The Witcher 4. I'll keep my eyes on it. But speaking of The Witcher 4, let's read the article. So, WCCF Tech says, following the stunning Witcher 4 demo shown during the State of Unreal presentation earlier this month, Digital Foundry's Alex Battaglia had a unique opportunity to fly to Poland and meet CD Projekt Red and Epic to discuss what went into the demo and what kind of work the studio has ahead of itself for the full game. During this lengthy interview, Charles Tremblay, VP of Technology at CD Projekt Red, revealed that the team switched to a console-first approach to develop to achieve its ambitious goal of delivering an open-world game with hardware ray tracing running at 60 frames per second on a Sony PlayStation 5 console. This will be easier than scaling down, which the studio had to do with their previous projects. When we started the collaboration, we had super high ambitions for this project. We always do PC and we push and then we try to scale down. But then we had so many problems in the past that we tried to see, okay, this time around, we really want to be more of a console-first development, or we want more of a console-first development. Then we worked with Unreal, and we saw the challenge to realize the ambition to make what we wanted. 60 FPS on PS5, there would be work. This is why we started to talk to figure out what needs to be done with the technology. And we also decided, okay, we need to have all those things that need to be developed. Where can we go from there? I think this is like kind of a messed up translation or something. I don't know what's going on. It says it's hard to say, but right now we really wanted to focus on what does it mean to make this ambition on console. We really wanted to aim for 60 FPS and not go back to 30 FPS. And at this stage, we are perfectly aware that we still have a lot of work ahead of us. This is a tech demo, not the whole gameplay loop is implemented. There's no combat. There's a lot of things that don't work, but still the ambition is set. So this is where we want to aim for with The Witcher 4. It's too early to say if we'll manage to nail it, but we'll work as hard as we can to make it for sure. The PS5 is not, however, the lowest of the current generation consoles when it comes to hardware performance. There's the Xbox Series S, and Tremblay admitted that the developers have not begun to optimize The Witcher 4 for it yet, adding that it will be, quote, extremely challenging to get it to run at 60 FPS. I wish we did a lot of work already on that, but we did not. So this is something that is next on our radar for sure. I will say the 60 FPS will definitely be extremely challenging on the Xbox Series S. Let's just say that this is something we need to figure out. So, I mean, there we go, man. We have CD Projekt Red just straight up saying that the Series S is going to be a challenge for them, man. It's going to be a challenge. It's going to be something that it almost sounds like they're not looking forward to it. And I got to be honest with you, I'm shocked they're even bothering. It feels like one of these things where it does feel like CD Projekt Red is trying to push forward with The Witcher 4. And I know that it's like, well, if it's going to be on the PS5, it's going to be held back. But it's like, it seems like they're trying to create a new standard or something. And they are saying how like they do not want to settle for 68. Like they don't want there to be an option. There is no option for 30 FPS. Sounds like they're trying to set a new standard on console. They want to have ray tracing. They obviously want the game to look good and look crisp and clean. So, what are we thinking, guys? What are we thinking? We thinking that the Series S was a mistake? Because starting to think that not necessarily that the Series S was a mistake, but that CD Projekt Red trying to get this game running on the Series S might be a mistake. Like, I think that they might just have to leave it behind. And if that means leaving the Series X behind, I mean, I don't know. That's a tough one. You think 30 FPS on the Series S is acceptable if it looks like with the demo? It's not going to look like that on the Series S, dude. I don't think so anyway. I mean, we got to be careful with that demo because they did confirm that that's not like the real game. That's not the real game. So we have to be careful with it. You think the Series S is a developer's nightmare? I mean, the Series S, for what it is, I think is fine. It's an option. It's a cheaper although it's not that cheap anymore. They raised the price on it, but it's the lesser console. I just think the big mistake that Microsoft made is the mandate. There's a mandate. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that, Tarnish. Thank you. I think it's the mandate that like your game has to run on both. I feel like that was always going to present a problem, especially later in the generation where we are now. And we've seen Microsoft kind of not the mandate. Sorry, it's not even the mandate. The word is parity. Parity, right? But I don't know. It's going to be really interesting to see how CD Projekt Red handles this because I mean, even if like they're saying what they're showing, like this is what we can do on PS4 or PS5, excuse me, that's pretty impressive. Will it actually happen? I don't know. You think it just hinders devs that want to push the boundaries? Well, I believe anything CDPR says. Witcher 4 is the 2030s game. It's not even real. Well, it's weird because like they're straight up saying in this interview that they're like optimizing for the PS5 right now, which is weird because it's like, well, I don't know. On one hand, you're saying like it's not a real game yet, but you're saying you're optimizing it. Yeah, Mr. B, I saw that. Kepler L2 is saying that the PlayStation handheld will not have parity requirements. I don't think it will. I think Sony's going to encourage devs and try to make it as easy as possible where it's like, you're going to want to do this, but if you can't, that's okay. That's okay. Well, yeah, I mean that's why I think they're prioritizing console development. Yeah. I think they're prioritizing console development because again, like Cyberpunk launched as a complete mess on console. And they even said in this interview, like they start with PC, they push the limit on PC, and then they scale down. And I think they realized that, like, holy shit, okay, I think we pushed it too far, and this is going to be really difficult to scale down. So I think it's a smarter approach overall. I think it'll be one that the game benefits from, generally speaking, where they will be able to avoid having some kind of cataclysmic launch disaster. Nick, you're saying Gears of War Reloaded is an outdated money grab by Microsoft? The fact that they made you pay $40 to play that slop of a beta is a slap to the face to PlayStation gamers. I urge everyone to cancel and avoid at all costs. God damn, what happened, bro? Did I miss something? What happened? when the PlayStation Portable drops, do you think it will be better than Switch 2 in terms of specs? Yes. Yeah. The next PlayStation Portal is going to be between a Series S and a PS5. So I don't know exactly what that looks like, but whatever is between a Series S and a PS5 is where that handheld's going to be. Nick, please point on the Marcus Phoenix doll where Microsoft touched you. Okay. Can't get this unhinged this early, bro. Basically a Series X? No, it wouldn't be a Series X. I mean, it's there. I think that'll be a good place for it to land. I don't know. I mean, I'll call it like the PS 4.9, right? Because the Series S is closer to a PS4 Pro. And then we have the PS5. So it lands like somewhere between there. PlayStation 4.9. I don't know. Don't call it that. It'll be an expensive handheld. I have no doubt. It will be expensive. Yeah. The service for Gears of War is already broken. I've been seeing some people complaining about the beta, that they're having some issues with it. If they release The Witcher 4 on the Switch 2, this topic is irrelevant. I don't think they are, though, man. Like, that's not going to happen. If they're just, unless they're straight up lying to us right now, there's no way they're going to sit here and say they're having trouble with the Series S or they're nervous about it. And then they're like, yeah, but we're going to release on the Switch 2. It's like, no, I don't think this game's going to release on the Switch 2. If the Series S is a problem for parity, I can't imagine how does OEM Xbox or how these OEM Xbox PCs will do. Well, see, that's the thing, DB. It's a good question that you're bringing up. It's because the Xbox development environment is no longer going to exist. Does that make sense? So right now, like, for example, if we look at The Witcher 4, The Witcher 4 is targeting the Xbox Series X and S, and there's a dedicated development environment just for the Xbox Series X and S. And every developer who wants to release a game on one of these consoles, or both of those consoles, has to develop their game in that environment and have to optimize for it. With the next Xbox that comes out, that's not going to exist anymore. I mean, it will still exist, but the next Xbox is going to shuffle people into buying their games through PC storefronts. So like, think of it this way. Let's like say it's the year 2030 and The Witcher 4 comes out and you buy this next generation Xbox. Let's say Asus also makes an Xbox console and you buy it. When you boot it up, you're going to have Steam, Epic Game Store, the Xbox PC Store, and then you're going to have an emulation layer that you can run if you want. But it's basically going to be like, think of it like this. You remember when Microsoft introduced backwards compatibility on the Xbox One, and they did it through emulation, where like when you buy a 360 game or if you boot up a 360 game, it just runs that emulation layer. It literally emulates the 360. It's going to be that, but just emulating the storefront itself. It's a little bit complicated because it feels messy. But what I'm trying to say here, and this is the important thing to understand, is that when that happens, and you know, it's going to happen. That's what Microsoft's doing. The Xbox storefront is going to die. And when that happens, developers are not going to make games in that Xbox development environment anymore. And so what that means is that people who are playing on Xbox branded hardware are going to buy their games via Steam, via Epic Games, or via Xbox PC. And that's a sacrifice that Microsoft, for whatever, for reasons, they're willing to make. So like, yeah, when people buy the next generation Xbox and they pick up, if they want to buy The Witcher 4, they're 99.99% of people are going to be buying The Witcher 4 on those devices through Steam. That's what they're going to do. So yeah, I mean, there will still be people, I assume, that don't upgrade or don't move to PC. But yeah, hopefully that kind of explains it better. It's a little bit messy. You're up in the Ally works. The Xbox store is just the core of the OS. Doesn't sound bad. No, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that's what makes it different from like if Microsoft was going to go the traditional route with the next generation Xbox, like when Sony comes out with the PS6, there's going to be a PlayStation 6 development environment. That's what Mark Cerny's probably hyper fixated on right now. Just like there's a development environment for the PS5. Yeah, we're talking about that today, Benino. They want you to buy the Play Anywhere version. Yeah, well, that's true too. But I mean, yeah, I'm still trying to figure out that. I need to think about this. The Play Anywhere initiative. What would happen to Sony if they adopted something like that? You buy, so like if you bought, yeah, I don't know that Sony wants that, but Sony might have no choice but to kind of play nice and mimic that, or try to replicate that, because it does encourage digital purchases, though. There is that. Well, here's what I'm trying to understand. Like, if there's Steam is not part of Xbox Play Anywhere, correct? Because I understand the whole, like, you buy it once, you play it on all devices, but it's like, but like, if you, let's say you're on the ROG Ally X, right? You buy a game via Steam. Xbox Play Anywhere doesn't exist on that storefront, right? So yeah, so I don't know, man. I really don't understand what Microsoft's play is here, dude. Because I don't like. I feel like no matter what people say, it's like the idea is like, are people going to say, I'm going to buy the Xbox Store version because I get Play Anywhere? It's like, you're not, if you're somebody who plays on Steam, you're not going to choose that over the Steam version. It's an Xbox thing for the Xbox Store. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, what's up, Corey? Henry, you're saying not all Xbox games will support the Play Anywhere. Only some games in the library. Leo Jimmy with a super chat says MBG money. So if PC is the best and be all end all, and Steam, Epic, and Microsoft version is on the Xbox PC, why would you buy the Xbox version over the Steam version? Would there be a Microsoft version? Bro, hold on. Over here. Come on. Well, that's what I'm saying, Leo. Like, I don't fully understand. I don't fully understand. The only thing I can figure, Leo, is that Microsoft just kind of doesn't care what you do. And Corey, the legend Landiga, comes in and drops the 5 memberships to try to get the member train started today in the name of boss. Boss must feed. Wow, he's purring really loud. Hang in there, boss. Well, you're literally hanging in there right now. Hang in there. We're going to see. All right. We're going to see if we can hit that goal. Thank you, guys. Focus on PlayStation. We are. We will. But Xbox can't deny that they're making the headlines too, man. I'll be honest with you, the conversation around PlayStation, I think, is harder to maintain because it's just steady as she goes. You know? I mean, I dissect as much as I can out of the conversation with PlayStation, and we still have quite a few different things to talk about regarding PlayStation today. But it's super interesting to talk about the Xbox side just because we're watching a part of their brand, like we're watching Microsoft navigate the collapse of the Xbox console, and there's going to be some kind of outcome that we're watching in real, like they're working towards it in real time. And I think that outcome, everybody's basically placing their bets, like what is that outcome going to be and how significant is it going to be? And I don't think it's going to be as, I still maintain that I think it's just simply about they want to be a publisher, bro. That's it. I think that's all it is. They want to be everywhere all the time, and anything they do beyond that is just auxiliary. It's just extra. It's supplemental. Why is Sony not afraid of Nintendo? Yeah, that was an interesting thing to see Sony talk about. I think Sony's not afraid of Nintendo because they're just, look at the events that just occurred. The Summer Game Fest and all these developers, and it's like there was just hardly any Switch 2 announcements, third party wise. And all right, bro, you got to come up here. Come on. Calm down. And I think Sony, as of right now, like they know that Nintendo's going to do well. They know the Switch 2 is going to sell well, but I'm not seeing it either. I don't think the Switch 2 is going to make it so that anybody's going to decide if they wanted a PS5. You know what? I'm going to get the Switch 2 instead of the PS5. I still think the Switch 2 is going to be like, it's the Nintendo machine to play the Nintendo games. And, it's a bonus if they're third-party games. But, we're talking about The Witcher 4, and they're over here saying, like, yeah, we don't even know if we're going to get this thing running on the Series S. It's going to be a challenge. It's like, yeah, the Switch 2 is getting Cyberpunk, which has been out since 2020. And when you look at PlayStation, they're looking ahead to games like Witcher 4, which are not going to... I would be shocked if The Witcher 4 ends up being available on the Switch 2, but it just seems like right now that's just not a thing. And I just think that's where it's kind of like... Lux, you said earlier, you're like, by the time the PS6 comes out, we might still see games coming out for PS4. And I think you're right, but I think that's going to be rare. But I think that's what it will be, is like if you're a developer that's targeting PS6 and PS5 and PS4, you're probably targeting Switch 2 as well. But there's going to be a lot of developers, probably most of them, that are not targeting the PS4. And therefore, the Switch 2 is going to need its own version that's going to need extra time and all that good stuff. Kind of like what we saw. I think things are kind of... I was curious to see how big of a difference, the Switch 2... How much difference there would be with the Switch 2 and with third party. And I don't know. There is a difference. But Nintendo outsells PlayStation. Well, that's what I mean. Like, I don't know. I think Sony is just projecting the energy of like, we can just coexist just fine. We're both going to keep doing very well. That's kind of the read I got. Boss, bro, you can't come over here. Can't come over here. Apparently Call of Duty is still going to be making its way to Switch 2 at some point. But Leo, to get back to your super chat, yeah, I don't know. Listen, Xbox players seem to be content or even just flat out happy with the direction Microsoft is going in. I think that's fine, but I think that right now there are many unknown factors with the future of the Xbox brand, and we're watching Microsoft try to navigate that in real time. And the heart of what they're putting out there right now is we are a third-party publisher, and that's where we're going to make the bulk of our money. Outside of that, everything is just optional. And I don't think that that's like a bad thing per se. It's just when we listen to what Sony was saying, like Sony flat out said, we're not following Microsoft's strategy. Which isn't a surprise, but they acknowledged it. One of the things I didn't realize on my last stream when I was covering the PlayStation Business meeting is I didn't realize that this was in a controlled environment. I thought that they were being asked questions by the investors, but they weren't. Sony, it was people within Sony asking the PlayStation executives these questions. So it was totally controlled. And they brought that up. They straight up asked, with the Xbox console seemingly slowly going away, or it's like Microsoft maybe bowing out. How do you feel about that? And they're just like, yeah, what about Microsoft and their multi-platform approach? And Sony's just like, yeah, we're good. And that's kind of funny. It's a little funny because it's like, yeah, man, I don't know. Anybody who is expecting Sony to just uproot their business and follow what Microsoft is doing, again, they purchased Activision, bro. Sony didn't. It would make no sense. Michael Lynch, thank you for the super chat, buddy. You're saying, I'm 25 minutes behind, so I'll see what you say when I get there. You need to quit messing around and play The Witcher 3, one of the best games ever created. Maybe, Michael. I don't know. Apparently, there's another expansion coming. Apparently. Which is crazy, because I thought that they keep saying, we're done. And then, actually, we got one more in us. So, we'll see. We'll see, Michael, if I end up eventually getting around to it. I don't know. I'm afraid I'm just not gonna like it, to be honest. I think that's what it boils down to. I see the way people praise it and talk about it. I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna like it as much. You think so, Swagbag? You think the best time is now? Well, Michael, even though you're a little bit behind when you get to this point, thank you for dropping the super chat, man. I do appreciate it. I was literally just going to say, guys, if you want to help support the channel, drop some membership gifts, become a member. And as I was thinking it, Hellbound 1981 comes in and drops another 5 memberships on you guys, bringing us up to 10. Hellbound, thank you so much, man. Corey, this one's for you. I forgot to play it earlier.
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
And Hellbound, this one's for you, buddy. Boss is just looking like, why? Why? Silent Spartan, you're saying it took me 10 attempts to get into The Witcher 3, and it's one of my top 5 games of all time. Really? Okay. That's it. That's an interesting perspective. 10 attempts. Damn, dude. That's a lot of attempts, bro. That's crazy. But now it's one of your top 5. Whiskey's like, don't waste your money, bro. Where's my boy Devil Shooter? Where's my boy? You go through phases. Leo Jimmy with a $20 super chat. Leo, thank you so much, man. You're saying MBG money, I think the Switch is... Or hold on. The Switch in Sony's eyes is more of a starter console for when you're younger, and as they are older, they get to the more mature types of games on PS4, PS5, PS6. I think the gamers' taste changes, hence all the remasters. I mean, they did talk about the graduating, right? Which was interesting to me. If they don't graduate the PlayStation. Oh no, Devil Shooter. Somebody was asking about you in the chat. Appreciate you being here, man. No, nothing in particular. Keep doing what you do, bro. Yeah, Leo, I think you're right about that. One of the things that I think has given Sony an immense amount of confidence going forward when it comes to kind of appealing to that younger audience is Astrobot. I mean, I don't know if you guys have picked up on it the same way, but Sony very clearly, like, this to them is like their Mario moment. I'm not saying it's going to reach that level. I mean, I don't think the Astrobot brand can reach the same level as the Mario brand. That's kind of nuts, but they see that, like, this is the beginning. And, you know, it's really interesting because even with my own son, like, I notice, like, he's in the Sonic, he's in the Mario, but he's in the Astrobot. And, like, Astrobot's a part of that, you know? And that's just kind of interesting to me where it's like, huh, okay. And then I see the way Sony's talking about it. I see how they see this as, like, this is the area of PlayStation that they carve out to be competitive against what Nintendo's doing. Where, like, Sony's not going to stop offering mature games, obviously, but they're going to diversify. And this is, I think, Sony's greatest strength that people I think don't really identify, and it's that Sony is diversifying. And, you know, that's... Don't bite that, boss. Don't bite that, bro. Oh my god. Sony's diversifying, and some people don't like that because it's like, with the diversification of it, it means there might be some games that are absolutely not for you. And, you know, we do live in a day and age where more than ever, people are like, well, if it's not for me, then it's bad. And that's unfortunate. But there's nothing I or anybody else can do about that. I look at it from the perspective of, you know, Sony is trying to appeal to that younger audience without trying to convert everything into being for a younger audience. They want to have players of all ages. You know, that Team LFG or whatever, you know, like, I think about the game that they're making. Okay. Boss, boss, you got to come over here, dude. Okay. Oh, Team LFG, they're making a game that does not appeal to me based off of what I'm hearing. I haven't seen it yet, but it sounds like it's clearly a game, and I think they even said it. This is a game that's meant to appeal to a younger audience. And I think Sony's making these investments. I think some of them, like Astrobot, are paying off. I think others are unknown, like Team LFG. But I think it's kind of like what you're saying, Leo. Sony, I don't think, sees Nintendo as a full-blown threat because Sony has things that Nintendo simply doesn't. In the same way that Nintendo has things that Sony doesn't. Like, for example, no matter how good Astrobot is, it's not going to have the same reach and brand recognition as Mario. If Sony makes an Astro Kart, it's not going to touch Mario Kart, you know? It can do something. It'll be a competitor to a degree, but it's not going to touch Mario Kart. I think Sony knows that, and I think Nintendo knows that. And I think, you know, Nintendo has Pokemon, right? Like, so there's just things that Nintendo has that Sony simply cannot have and will not have. But I think Sony's more worried about, we just have to offer something. So, like, if that Nintendo player does want to quote-unquote graduate or whatever, as they put it, you know, they want to start playing some more mature games or whatever, there's also the types of games that they were used to getting on Nintendo, or similar types of games. But I don't know. We're going to see. Boss, stop. God damn you, boss. What are you fucking doing, bro? Oh my God. He just put his ass in the camera and spilled my coffee. There ain't no way. This is the worst Father's Day ever. Are you serious? Oh my God, bro. Guys, I'll be right back. Hold on. Get down. Now you're in trouble. Boss is in trouble for the first time. Ain't no way. Bad cat. Unreal. No. Back off. I can't believe this shit. It's Boss's stream now. I knew he was going to do that. Thanks, boss. Really, really appreciate it, dude. You just... No treats for boss. Yeah, guys, we're going to need 15 memberships stat, because clearly boss is not playing around. He actually... I can't believe he did that. He knocked my coffee over. That's how he wishes me a happy Father's Day. The treat conditioning is turning violent. I mean, it is. I can't, like, and he put his ass in the camera too, dude. Like, he knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. Sorry, I just gotta... I mean, it could have been worse, I guess. Luckily, I caught the mug as it was falling, by the way. So I this could have been way worse. He spilled like probably an ounce or two. Michael says he's calling PETA. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate that, bro. Boss about to get beat. About to beat your ass, boy. This is how I'm going to celebrate Father's Day. Don't put the mug there. Well, to be fair, like, the mug has been here this whole time. Like, it's always been here. And he's never done that. And the way he knocked it over, by the way, is he bit it. He bit it and he pulled it. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he did. He knows. Look at him. He knows what he did. He's like, I'll do it again. Okay. Have I considered a lid? I have, but I don't know, man. I like drinking out of mugs better. Boss, please leave me alone, man. We have Lux. He says, you think the next Xbox may be running the PC version of Witcher 4? Yeah. Yeah, I think it will be. But it, you know, is it going to be available on the Xbox PC store? I don't know. It'll be available on Steam. Steam will be available on that console. Oh my God, boss. What the fuck is going on? Like, stop it. I'm trying to talk with my audience. Like, I'm just trying to read the super chats, man. Throw boss out. And Lux, you're saying Switch players' average age is 25 to 45. Check it up. Somebody, I don't know if it was you who told me that before. Somebody told me that before. And I'm like, that's interesting. I guess they're like the graduating up thing. Oh my God. What is he doing? Josh Z with a super chat. Thank you, buddy. He says, I just got my Switch 2. It is a massive upgrade over the Switch technically, even if the new features are mostly catching up with the other consoles. Nintendo, Dude. I need help. Somebody help. He's out of control. He's totally out of control. He's trying to hug me. He's sorry. You think so? I'm not so sure. He's putting a. I think he's mad. He's gonna choke me. Josh, I'm sorry, man. You're saying Nintendo is the largest player base. People my age, not kids. Well, see, that's the thing. Like, do you think Sony was just like straight up throwing some shade at Nintendo? Being like, nah. Nintendo's the kid console. We're not worried about the kid console. It's possible. I mean, I don't think, truthfully, I don't think Sony's underestimating Nintendo. I think they're just trying to keep investors calm. I think they're trying to just assure investors that, that they have the situation. Like I'm Sony right now, right? Like I have the situation under control. Boss is fine. Nothing's happening. There's nothing to worry about. He's just a cat, you know? That's like Sony when it comes to talking to their investors about the Nintendo Switch 2. I think it's going to be really, really, really telling how Sony handles their next PlayStation handheld. You love to know where they get those stats because how many kids play on their parents' profiles. Well, I do think Sony is going to try to compete in some way with the Switch 2. And I think that's going to come in the form of they're going to offer their own handheld. Oh my god. All right, listen. We got 10 memberships. Here you go. Here you go. You got 5 or 6 treats. Appetizer. Okay? Please, God, just please leave me alone. Oh my lord. Silent Spartan with a $20 super chat. Silent Spartan, thank you so much for the generous super chat, man. Let me read what you're saying here. I didn't think Boss was going to be like this today, man. I mean, I messed up, didn't I? I just rewarded his chaos. Silent Spartan, you're saying, I have to be in the mood to play a game. I know this about myself. So if the game is good, I'll buy it and keep trying. My instincts haven't let me down. If something doesn't hit immediately, I'll try another day. That's interesting, Silent Spartan. I mean, I feel like in some ways I'm the same, right? Where I noticed that there are just some days where there are games that I'm playing that I don't want to play. You know what I mean? Because for whatever, it's not like I don't like the game anymore. It's just, I don't know. I'm in a certain mood and it's not hitting today. But then the next day, it's like, that's all I'm thinking about is just playing it. But yeah, I mean, I noticed that for me when I play games for the first time, especially if they're like really big games with a lot of meat on the bone, it can be a little bit harder for me to get into. So like when you said it took you like 10 tries, maybe that doesn't sound as crazy, right? Because for me, I mean, sometimes, yeah, I do have to play a game like 6 or 7 times, have 6 or 7 playthroughs, not playthroughs, but play sessions before I really start to feel comfortable with it. Sorry. Boss just went to the other side of the room and I just got really nervous that he was up to no good. Now, all right, well, you know what, Leia? Thank you. You're actually a calm cat. You're a good cat. You're not a maniac like Boss. I mean, it reminds me of when I talked about this before, but when I played Monster Hunter, like when I played Monster Hunter World, I think it was, it took me about 20 to 25 hours before I really got into it, before it really clicked. And that was probably like, I mean, I don't know how many play sessions that was, but it was a lot. It was more than 10. So even though I kind of, like when I hear that, like it takes 10 different tries, I guess, I don't know. What I'm kind of curious about Silent Spartan is like when you said that about The Witcher, is it like 10 different play sessions, like starting from the beginning again? Or is it just like 10 sessions where, by the 10th time you decide I'll give it another shot, you're like, 8 hours or so into the game or something like that? Because I think when you compare those two things, they are pretty different. Yeah, I for some reason, oh wow, okay, you're saying you did start it over 10 times. Interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. I don't know if I've ever done something like that with a game before. I should try it though. But it kind of makes sense because like if you play a game and you get a certain amount of you put a certain amount of time into it, you walk away from it, you're like, I'm not feeling it. Maybe weeks go by, months go by, and you're like, you know what, I'll give it another shot. I can understand why you would want to start from the beginning because if you just go back to it, you're like, wait, what was going on again? Where am I? What am I doing? So it does make sense. Unboxing a PS5 Pro for Father's Day while listening to MBG. Damn. Good shit, Rudy. Concord's going to be your first game, right? Oh, wait. I'm just busting your balls, Rudy. That's awesome, dude. Happy Father's Day. Silent Spartan saying once you got to the Bloody Baron quest, I was on the road to platinuming it twice and got all the achievements on PC. Wow. That's it. That's interesting, Silent Spartan. I find that interesting. Yeah, that's a really interesting trajectory with a game where like it takes you 10 tries to get into it and then you get so into it that you platinum it and you even get all the achievements on PC. Fascinating. I'm going to have to study Silent Spartan's gaming behavior. Omen86 says, enough of this blasphemy. The Witcher 3 is one of the greatest games of all time, period. I mean, I'm not here to argue, Whiskey ain't having it, though. Whiskey's like, I don't know, bro. Well, let's get back to something we can all agree on. The Xbox Series S was a mistake, okay? I want everybody right now to tell me one thing you dislike about Xbox, because we are not console warring. I'm just kidding. You don't actually do that. Lux with a super chat says, I believe PlayStation has the youngest audience. Fortnite, Minecraft, Roblox, sports games, and Call of Duty players. All main PlayStation. That's mostly kids on those trash games. I mean, there might be some truth here, Lux. I mean, how many grown men do we got out here playing Roblox? And if so, what do we do with them? Because clearly there's something wrong with them. You can't be a grown-ass man playing Roblox. MRPD, you're going to go to Greece for 2 weeks. See y'all at the launch of Death Stranding 2. MBG finishes his 9th Days Gone playthrough. Maybe he'll think about trying The Witcher 3. To be fair, it was only my second playthrough. Only my second. But if I am trying to beat it on New Game Plus and whatnot, yeah, it's going to be a couple more. I mean, that's a pretty good observation, I would say, Lux. I mean, Sony clearly does have, and they see the telemetry. They see the stats. They know how many kids they have on their platform. And I do find it interesting that Sony is, they have a pretty big push towards trying to make more kid-friendly content like Astrobot and forming teams like LFG that they think are going to be, appealing to kids. Man, I'm like having some kind of allergic reaction to the boss and his nonsense. Because, dude, my eyes. Oh, boss, what did you do to me, bro? What did this cat do to me? He ruined me. He ruined me today. He just left. I gave him 10 treats for 10 memberships, and he just left. He's like, my job here's done. Yeah, they did. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they did Horizon Lego, and that completely failed. Astro doesn't appeal to kids. It appeals to millennial nostalgia. I think it does both. I don't know that Astro is fully out there yet. You know, I think that there's probably more adults that know about Astro than kids, I would imagine. But I think Sony is aware that many of their players grew up, on PlayStation, and they do have that nostalgia, but they're going to introduce something like Astro to their kids. I mean, that's what I did with my son. I'm like, I think he might like this. He's in the Sonic, he's in the Mario, he's in all these different games. And I'm like, okay, well, let's see if he likes it. And I was actually quite surprised. He liked it more than I expected. Like, he liked Astrobot a lot more than I expected. MBG, want to feel old? Batman Begins came out 20 years ago. Happy Father's Day, by the way. Thank you. You know what's funny about that, digital dude? Well, I mean, not only is it crazy that it's 20 years old, holy shit, but my dad used to have a hat, a Batman Begins hat. He was, I guess, if I remember correctly, he was pretty excited for the new Batman. He was always a Batman fan. And I remember he had this Batman Begins hat. It was like, I think, probably one of the first Batman Begins hats ever made. One of the only ones ever made, right? I mean, I don't know if you can still buy a Batman Begins hat, but I always thought it was the coolest. Like, growing up, I was like, man, I want that hat. And I don't know whatever happened to it, but yeah, he was hyped. So there we go. We got an interesting link between Batman Begins and Father's Day. Lux with a super chat says, Sony has the power over Nintendo, the casuals. Also, will the PlayStation handheld hold us back in the future if Sony wants it to keep playing the newest games? Well, that's the thing, Lux. I think Sony's going to be, I would hope they're smart enough to do to take a different path. To take a different path than Microsoft did. Where, like, dude, Sony, you got to be smart enough. Do not mandate parity with this handheld. Do not mandate the handheld at all. The handheld has to be optional. If you make it easy to develop for, if you make it a competent enough piece of hardware, developers will likely want to put their games on the PlayStation handheld. But if they make the same mistake that Microsoft did with the Xbox Series S, like, oh no, like, this is the minimum spec, that's going to be a disaster. Because that minimum spec is going to be lower than the base PS5. And I'll tell you right now, I don't think any PlayStation player, or at least most PlayStation players, are not going to be okay with that. So I think it's just a matter of understanding that if you build it, they will come, right? If you make it a great dev environment, make it really easy, make it dev friendly, you're not going to get all the games, but hopefully you can get most of the games. It could have a negative impact on the sales of the handheld, but I don't think Sony is going to have the highest expectations. Yeah, so hopefully they won't do that, because if they do, I think there's going to be a problem. I do. I think that would be a huge problem, actually, because it's like, yeah, if you're somebody who was against the Xbox Series S, and then Sony comes out with a handheld that's in between a Series S and the PS5, but is releasing alongside the PS6, and they're like, yeah, developers have to start here first, that's going to be a problem. And New Soul 9 with a $5 chat saying, MBG, speaking about coffee, did you try that mushroom coffee? Just curious. I didn't try it yet. I looked into it, and probably within the next week and a half, I'm going to order a bag. And when it gets here and I try it, I'll be sure to let you know, New Soul. I'm curious. But I'll probably need to wait about a week or so to order it. New Soul's, he's dying to know. He's like, bro, you like that mushroom coffee? Thank you, Michael. Yeah. You're saying that to New Soul 9. Damn. I thought you were congratulating me on my Days Gone platinum. Sorry. My bad, Michael. My bad. That's okay. Yeah, I don't need the congratulations on that. No, not you. All right. You think the handheld will fail if the games don't show up on both? That's what went wrong with the Vita. Um, I mean, I don't know, man. I I get where you're coming from. I don't think it would fail. No. Whiskey, you got the platinum for the Oblivion remaster. Good stuff, dude. I don't think the handheld would fail if it doesn't have every game on it. I don't. I think that it will be okay because I just don't believe that Sony is putting out a handheld like this to do big numbers. The Vita was considered a disappointment by Sony because they wanted it to do huge numbers. They wanted 50, 60, 70 million units sold, and it's just like your first party teams are spread too thin. This console's not getting enough support from devs. It's not happening. This is, I guess what I'm trying to say is it's going to be, an auxiliary accessory. It's going to be an accessory, basically, just a very premium one. Rudy, I see your membership. For some reason, it didn't show up. Yeah, like it didn't notify me in the chat. But Rudy, thank you so much for renewing your membership, buddy. Coming back to greatness awaits. I really appreciate that, dude. That brings us up to 11 members.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I'm going to add that to the counter here. Guys, if you want to help support the channel, okay, and feed Boss's snack addiction so he'll stop beating me up, consider dropping some member gifts or becoming a member or renewing your membership like Rudy did. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate all the support, guys. Means a lot. With how many games there are, I don't think that matters. Yeah, I think most developers are going to want to try to get their games. Like, I think it's going to be really simple. I do. I think Sony's going to position this PlayStation handheld where it's like, we're not going to have to ask you to put your games on it because you're going to want to put your games on it because it's going to be that easy. And the only games that won't be on it are just literally games that it's like we can't scale down that far without it being a problem. And I think Sony will be cheered on for that, as they should, because it's like, yeah, you shouldn't force them to have to scale down their game to run on a handheld that certainly not every console buyer is going to purchase, I think this next PlayStation handheld is simply going to be what the Portal is now, just a premium version of it, man. It's just going to be like, hey, if you want another means to be able to play your PlayStation games, and Sony will have the alternative. They will have the option to say any games that can't run natively on this handheld, you can still stream. And PlayStation players have already proven that they're okay doing that with the PlayStation Portal. So I really think it's a win-win-win situation for Sony to not mandate it. To not mandate it, to not go out of their way to force devs and force parity. And I think it's the smart way to go about it. You're skeptical that they will actually deliver on their one game a year goal? Yeah, I saw people complaining about that. And Herman Hulst, see, there's a lot of people who don't understand PlayStation's terminology or understand what they mean. So Herman Hulst recently stated, let me see if I can find it. I think Genki Japan was the one who Will Smith released the worst song of the decade. What? Why is this the first thing that popped up? I'm okay. I'm not even gonna entertain that. Let me find the quote. Sorry, I didn't have it prepared in front of me. Okay, here we go. So, when it comes to PlayStation single-player titles, Herman Hulst says PlayStation are focused on delivering at least one tentpole title each year. On single-player, we are focused on consistently delivering at least one tentpole title per year at the right time in the year, at the right quality level, which players have come to expect from PlayStation Studios. For live service, he says they are focused on building a reoccurring base of enduring live service titles that drive ongoing engagement and monetization. And finally, they plan to continue to grow their franchises through a very thoughtful release cadence as transmedia properties. So, yeah, a lot of people are focused on Herman saying on single player at least one tentpole title a year. There's a couple of things here that I think people are not keeping in mind. Number one, he says at least. So he's not saying one. He's saying that's the minimum they'll ever do. And he's using the term tentpole. And I think you have to understand what Sony views as a tentpole title, right? Like, Sony doesn't view a game like Astrobot as a tentpole title. Sony views games like Ghost of Yotei, Death Stranding, Wolverine. I mean, like the really, really big, expensive single-player games. Those are tentpole titles. So in other words, what I'm trying to say here is that when Herman says one tentpole title a year, he's not saying one single-player game a year. He's just saying in terms of like the absolute biggest, like monster, game of the year. Well, not even just because Astro won Game of the Year, but just like games that are like, yeah, this game's been in development for 7 years, right? And it's like at the utmost, it's the production values through the roof. That's what he's talking about, and yeah, that's not surprising. I don't know what people are expecting. Sony's been doing that. Like, Sony's been doing this for a long time. Back when, back in 2016. I mean, there was Uncharted 4. What else was there? I mean, I know there were other games, but like, was there another? I mean, Sony's always kind of done 1 to 2 internal tentpole games a year. 2016, you got Uncharted 4. 2017, you got Horizon Zero Dawn. 2018, you get God of War and Spider-Man. 2019, you get Days Gone and Death Stranding 1. And that's just how it's been. They've continued they've rolled that into the next generation. And it's funny to me because people were like, I don't think Saros is a tentpole. No, I don't think so. Because Sony considers massive budget, big seller games tentpoles. So, like, I mean, could Saros be viewed as a tentpole? Maybe, but I think no. I think it has a AAA budget, but I don't think it has a massive AAA budget. I think Saros is AAA. But I just try. It's a matter of trying to understand what Sony means when they say tentpole. Like, is Saros going to do Ghost of Yotei numbers? Is Saros going to do even Death Stranding 2 numbers? Is Saros going to do Wolverine numbers, Spider-Man numbers, God of War numbers? No, it's not. It's not. It'll have that quality, though. I can tell you that. It's going to have the same quality, but it's just not going to have that same appeal. And I don't think that the budget of so like if the budget of the next God of War game is 200 million, or the budget of Ghost of Yotei is like 120 million or 150, Saros is probably like, actually, I think we did get the budget for Saros. I think it was like 90 million or something, close to 100 mil. Or no. I think it was, my bad. I think it was closer to 75 mil, 75 to 80 million. It's like, yeah, I think that's definitely AAA. But if Sony is going to release Saros and Wolverine next year, I don't think they're counting Saros as a tentpole title. Just like if they were to release Astrobot 2 and Spider-Man 3 in the same year, I don't think they're going to quantify Astrobot as a tentpole title, because when they use the term tentpole when talking to investors or doing their business meetings, they're really talking about games that are going to sell, I mean, like 8, 9, 10 million copies, or are expected to do like those numbers. So, but yeah, Saros, I'm super stoked for as well. Exactly, Michael. You get it. Oh, hold on one sec, guys. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. I was muted. I forgot I muted my mic. You guys shouldn't have said anything. Just let me go the rest of the stream like that. I got to stop doing that. Somebody said, I don't understand how you could have a most anticipated game if you've never even seen the gameplay. I think that's easy. That's like, it's based off of the previous work from the developer. You think Saros is an Avowed equivalent game? How dare you? No. I don't think so. No, I think Saros is going to be. I mean, it's no offense to Avowed, but it's just like, I think Avowed is a fine game, you know, but I don't think it's a bad game. But I don't know. Again, I feel like that's like apples to oranges. I don't think you can really compare them. Avowed did pretty good on Metacritic, but 81's pretty solid, I would say. Yeah. I gotta admit, though, I do have higher expectations for Saros. Maybe it won't live up to those expectations, but I do have those higher expectations. God damn, some of you guys in the chat are absolutely savage right now. Jesus. I don't know if Avowed's coming to PlayStation. I don't know. They haven't said anything on that. But, you know, I just think it's interesting that people, you know, some people they hear that quote from Herman and they think it's something new, and it's like, this is the way it's been for literally over a decade. They're not talking about third party exclusives, they're not talking about second party exclusives. They're talking about their own internal AAA games. And yeah, it's usually been 1 to 2 a year. It's like mega rare that Sony has more than 2 of their own internally developed AAA titles ready to go. I mean, like big behemoths. And that's what's funny to me is like what people seem to be so okay with, even just like 6 or 7 years ago, they seem to have such a problem with now. And it's like, well, your problem's not mine. Domingos, a member for 20 months, says, hey, MBG, celebrating my first Father's Day with my daughter and wife. Hope you have a good one, bro. Oh, well, that's great to hear, man. Happy Father's Day to you, Domingos, and thank you. Thank you. Yeah, my day's going mostly well. Boss caused a little bit too much chaos, but I appreciate you stopping by, man, and thank you for being a member. Yeah, Returnal was challenging. Do I think the third-party exclusivity might start slowing down? Seems like everybody wants their games everywhere now. I mean, I'm fully anticipating that, yeah. Like, when the Silent Hill 1 remake was announced, there was nothing about PlayStation exclusivity. And I think that's because, like, yeah, why would Sony even bother? That'd be crazy. Why would they even bother? The avowed comparison is that it's not a tentpole release; it's a smaller, like a bigger AA game. Yeah, okay, that's fair. I would say. Yeah, I don't think Sony, again, internally, I don't think they view Saros or Housemarque. Like, I don't think they expect Housemarque to produce the same type of game in terms of scale and scope as like Naughty Dog or Sony Santa Monica or Guerrilla Games. But I do think with each release, though, they're trying to raise them higher. Is Expedition 33 a AA game? I mean, if it is, it's like one of the biggest AA games ever made. AA is the new AAA, basically. I'm having like an allergic reaction to Boss. I don't know why. His dander or something. I mean, I'm having a problem with something right now. There's like something in the air. What did he do? What did bro do to me? I feel so itchy. Help. My nose is running. My eyes are watering. It's the spores, bro. I need the gas mask. Bro sharded in my coffee. You know what? Let me make sure, bro. I mean, it looks okay. Holy shit. Cat hair everywhere. He like wrecked everything today, dude. It's the mold celebrating Father's Day. I mean, I woke up with my allergies pretty bad today already, but now it's just it's an overdrive. Ooh. All right. So, just wrapping up the conversation, we definitely went off track here, but wrapping up the conversation around The Witcher 4. Yeah, I think The Witcher 4 and what CD Projekt Red is saying about it, specifically trying to get it to work on the Xbox Series S, it reaffirms what many of us were saying at the beginning of this generation, what we've been saying for most of the generation, and that is that the Xbox Series S is likely going to end up being a bit of a thorn in the side of current gen for some games, specifically later in the gen. We've seen that previously. You know, it's like people with the whole Black Myth Wukong thing, and like whether, you know, maybe they're lying, maybe they're not, but they seem to allude to having some issues with the Series S and needing to optimize further for it. There are plenty of games that run on the Series S though as well. But I think it's, you know, it's very telling when you hear a developer like CD Projekt Red just kind of name drop the Series S and just flat out say like, yeah, we're going to have some trouble with this one. So hopefully, you know, ideally they'll figure it out. When's the last time I did reps on the channel? Oh, I don't know. It's been a little bit. But yeah, we'll see what they end up doing. The Witcher 4 is prioritizing development on the PlayStation 5, though. They're developing the game console first. So I would assume PS5, PS5 Pro, eventually dev kits for the PS6. And we'll see, man. We'll see what they end up cooking up. You remember when people thought Final Fantasy 16 couldn't run on the Series S? Does it run well on it, though? I mean, I didn't look into it. You know what else I remember, though? I remember a lot of people downplaying Final Fantasy 16 because it wasn't releasing on Xbox. And now that it's on Xbox, I'm seeing a lot of people talking about how great it is. And it's like, it was always great, man. You know, it's always the same. It's always the same folks. It's always the same people. And it's like, dude, Final Fantasy 16 was great. How are those Xbox sales looking? How are they looking? They looking good? Did Square get what they were hoping for? Final Fantasy 7 and 16 now available on Xbox. Wait, is Final Fantasy 7 on Xbox yet? Or is it just 16? Final Fantasy 16 performance on Series S is abysmal. Not even 75K sales? Are you serious? You're telling me Final Fantasy 16 couldn't even sell 75,000 units on Xbox? Holy shit. Where'd you get that data from? I don't believe that. I do not believe that, dude. There's no way. That's absurdly low. I refuse to believe that. Fact check it. Let me check. Let me look. I don't even know if the data exists yet, man. I'm not seeing anything about any sales numbers for FF16. Oh, he just said he made it up. My bad. Okay. I made it up. That's my source, bro. I mean, it's got to be more than that. Like, it's got to... If I'm going to predict Final Fantasy 16 sales with the way people were reacting to it, it's got to be at least like 150 to 200K. At least, right? Like, is that expecting too much? Yeah, they never did a pro patch for FF16, which was stupid. I don't know why. You think it's too high? I mean, it's got more than 100K? I don't know, man. You think I'm expecting too much? Maybe. Maybe I am. I mean, Xbox players are not conditioned to buy games, but I feel like, I don't know, when it's a game that was once not exclusive, or once exclusive and then not exclusive anymore, makes its way over. I think FF16 still has some frame rate issues on PS5. You think it's a failed entry in the series? That's a shame. I mean, I think FF16 was a really good game. It won't crack 25K. Dude, that would be disturbing. Dude, now I'm curious to know if FF16 can sell at least 25,000 units, bro. Can it even do 25,000 units on Xbox? God damn. I don't know. Something tells me we're never going to know. The entire... Bro, that's a crazy-ass take. The entire Final Fantasy franchise should be erased. Yo, what? That's like some next-level hatred for a franchise I don't think I've ever seen that before. Erase it all, man. It's got to be gone. It runs at 720p on the Series X. How quickly it goes to Game Pass will tell the real story. Yeah. Let's wait and see. But I don't know. I would be rooting. I'm rooting for Final Fantasy 16, man. Hopefully, I don't know. I don't think it's ever gonna get the sales that it needed to get. Truthfully, send it to another galaxy. Goddamn. New Soul 9 with a $10 super chat says, MBG, the whole Series S issue is pretty easy to solve. Just tell Phil to go to enter people's home and take it and walk out. Phil, we are going to have you manually undo your mistake. Okay? We're going to send you, you're going to be like Santa Claus, bro. We're going to send you to every Series S owner's home, and you're going to have a warrant. You're going to legally be allowed to walk in and just and take their Series S from them. Simple solution. I like the way you think, New Soul. I think we can agree it will be a poor return on investment. Square's definitely on a high cloud, no pun intended. Yeah, Square to me just seems like they threw a fit. I think Square Enix has been in like a world of shit with a lot of what they tried to do with like live service, with Final Fantasy, except for like Final Fantasy VII. But I kind of got this feeling like they threw a fit with the PlayStation exclusivity thing, thinking like, this is your fault, Sony. This is PlayStation fans' fault. And it's like, okay, well, go out there and let us know how much better you do. And then I think Square's eventually going to find out that, like, so it wasn't them, it was us, maybe. You know, like, it's understandable why people would assume it's the exclusivity, but it's like, I don't know, man. Maybe just some of what Square's doing, it just doesn't have the oomph that they think it has. You know, they're riding too high. Not that they're bad. I don't think Square Enix is bad per se as like a publisher. I just think that they're misguided with a lot of their expectations. The conversation here was once PlayStation should buy Square. To be clear, I always said they shouldn't. I was never pro Square Enix acquisition. You're right. People wanted to see that happen. I was always against it because I'm just like, I tried to see like what exactly, like what real benefit Sony would get from that. And I'm like, well, they're getting all the benefits of exclusivity already. And Square seems like they have some concerning projects that are coming, like Foam Stars, anybody? So I was always against the Square Enix acquisition. And it's a good thing Sony didn't, because goddamn. Although, maybe still would have made more sense than the Bungie acquisition at the end of the day. Oh my god! No, I don't think I'm getting the ROG Ally. No, I'll be honest. I have no interest in that device. Foam Stars is going to Switch too. Will that save it? They could probably get them on the cheap now. They would likely send you a ROG Ally to review. Oh, they're not going to want my review. This thing's doo-doo dumpster juice, bro. Would not recommend. 0 out of 10. Save your money. No, I'm just not interested in it. You know, if they want to send me one, I'd probably still say no, thank you. I'm not even kidding. Like, I just don't have any interest in it. I'm good. Sony, port Destruction All-Stars to the Switch 2 right now. I'll never forget when Sony thought they could sell Destruction All-Stars for $70. I'll never forget that, man. Like, they really thought, and they found out really quickly that we got to put this on PlayStation Plus immediately. Give the Switch 2 players what they deserve. That's funny, man. We do have some other topics to go over. Speaking of the Xbox handheld, I have a report here from WCCF Tech. I meant to cover this in one of my videos, but I wasn't able to squeeze it in, so I figured we could just talk about it on stream. A couple of weeks ago, Microsoft-centric website Windows Central revealed that the company has paused its work on the Xbox handheld project. This did not affect the partnership with ASUS to make the ROG X Ally and ROG X Ally X, which were announced at the Xbox Game Showcase 2025 with a holiday release window. Originally, Microsoft planned to use this partnership as a stopgap while it produced its own Xbox handheld that would have been released alongside the next-gen Xbox home console. These plans, however, are more than just paused. They might be practically dead now, according to The Verge's Tom Warren. In his latest paywalled Notepad newsletter, Tom Warren says that Microsoft will focus on the software platform instead. Furthermore, he points out that while there will be an official next-gen hardware from Microsoft, OEM partners like ASUS may release their own versions of next-gen consoles. In that regard, Tom Warren believes that the ASUS-made handhelds are a sort of market test for Microsoft's increasingly tight integration of Windows and Xbox, not to mention the ambitious goal of turning every screen into an Xbox. The Verge's journalist adds that at some point, the emulation project established by Sarah Bond in early 2024 may solve the issue. Until then, Xbox Play Anywhere and Xbox Cloud Gaming Streaming are doing most of the work in helping spread the brand across devices. Last year, Microsoft has made some lofty promises when it comes to the next-gen console, claiming that the successor of the Series X would deliver the, quote, largest technical leap ever seen from one generation to another. That's certainly an ambitious goal that could possibly only be achieved through the implementation of machine learning algorithms, although we'll have to wait and see what Microsoft reveals. So this, I thought, was a worthwhile update to the situation with the Xbox handheld, because we were originally under the impression that the first Xbox handheld we would see maybe was their own, and then we found out that that was actually getting shelved for now. And now we're getting further reporting that apparently it's just canceled. According to Tom Warren from The Verge, whoever he spoke to, Microsoft just canceled it. And he also mentions how Microsoft seems... It almost comes off as Microsoft is more focused on OEM, for their home console as well, which is weird to me. If Microsoft's willing to shelve their own internal handheld, would they be willing to shelve their own internal console if OEMs can just make it for them? Or console PC hybrid? You're saying, SDO, you're saying, fun fact, if you buy a ROG today and install Game Pass plus play Steam at the same time, nothing is stopping anybody from playing PlayStation games on the handheld today. Don't believe the hype on the new ROG. I mean, I don't understand the hype, literally at all. But, I don't understand half the shit that's going on anymore with the stuff people say. So I've stopped trying to understand it. So the handheld that was shown was not a Microsoft product. No, it was not. It's an ASUS product. It has the Xbox logo on it. Isn't that more of a reason to see it for myself? Maybe. I mean, I'm pretty dead set on it, man. Like, I just... There are some things I just know I don't give a shit about. And this ROG Ally X... The thing that I find most peculiar about this whole situation is that this report of Microsoft canceling their own internal handheld and now focusing more on OEMs for the next Xbox console, that's more interesting to me, because it almost seems to kind of hint that there's a chance. It's not, we won't know until we get there, but there seems to be some kind of chance that Microsoft may not produce their own console, that they're just going to leave it to their partners. And man, that's going to be a shit show if they do that. I think they're still going to let partners produce the console no matter what, but I think Microsoft has to put their own hardware out. I mean, I guess they don't have to if they don't want to. If they want to just walk away, they can walk away, but I think that would be... Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you're like an Xbox fan, I don't see how you could survive that blow of, like, that's the bare minimum expectation. Like, they got to at least make their own initial hardware. I think with the handheld, they can get away with it because it's a handheld. It's almost like a bonus, right? But I don't know, man. It's really interesting to see how these rumors continue to kind of change and unfold as time goes on. Exactly my point, MVG. It's an ASUS asset you can get today anyway. An Xbox UI means nothing. Let's not even mention that it's going to be $1,000. I don't think it's going to be $1,000. That sounds I mean, that sounds too expensive, man. Even for a high-end handheld, that's nuts. That would be crazy. Michael, you think that's terrible? That's exactly how you get bugs and issues with compatibility. Look at what Xbox celebrates now. We are the biggest publisher on PS5. Yeah, my favorite thing that I see these days are Xbox, our Xbots or Xbox fanboys on Twitter that are like, yeah, Sony doesn't have any games. Microsoft is they're the top seller. All their games are on PlayStation now, and they're the top sellers on the console. Microsoft's saving Sony, and it's like, yeah, man, totally. I don't know how that's a win for you, but I can see how that's a win for PlayStation players. That's what's crazy to me, dude, is I still see people, look, I'm just saying, to each their own. Whatever makes you happy makes you happy. It's the celebratory nature of it all. I don't know what they're celebrating. I don't understand what they're celebrating. Like, you're celebrating the fact that people are, like, if you're celebrating just the fact that more people are playing a game, I can understand that. But that's never the angle that they're coming from. They're coming from the angle of, like, and this is why Xbox is better. And it's like, if Xbox was better, they wouldn't be on PlayStation. You know what I mean? Like, if Xbox was better, people would be over on Xbox. It's that simple. It's always been that simple. It'll never be more simpler than that. Somebody's upset out there. God damn. Then why is Sony on Steam? Sony's on Steam to basically extract as much money as they can from their single-player games and for live service, I would say. Well, I appreciate you watching, Michael. I do appreciate it. Don't forget PlayStation is an Xbox. I mean, I don't know, man. Unknown says Sony is on Steam so Herman Hulst can fund his rainbow yacht parties. I'm not entirely sure that you're wrong, though, Unknown. I'm not entirely sure that you're wrong. The negative people are the loudest. Yeah. Well, I think that you know, when it comes to Sony and Microsoft both expanding horizontally and becoming more multi-platform, I do think that we need to continue to keep in mind, for as long as it's true, of course, that Sony and Microsoft are not doing the same thing. And Microsoft is done, dude. Like, they're just done. It's not a matter of... I'll put it to you this way. Microsoft, I think, is just trying to convince a lot of people, mainly their fan base, but also just onlookers in general. They're trying to convince them that it's not what it looks like. And it's like, I think they're just doing a very poor job of it. And I think that you see certain people trying to overcompensate. You know, like, I see people really coming out here again, like they're running these like victory laps, or they're screeching, and it's like, bro, what are you going on about? You know, like, it is exactly what it looks like. Microsoft is, like, I just saw apparently recently, and I don't know how much truth there is to this, and I hope to God it's not true, because, dude, if it is, Microsoft's Game Pass is cooked. And I'm not saying that in some kind of like toxic way. It's just there. I saw a rumor, or it was a leak or something. I think it came from. I think we have to be careful because I believe it stemmed from a, what's it called? Not a job listing, a LinkedIn from somebody who worked in the Xbox division. So we have to be careful with it. But it apparently, like, if that is sources to be believed, Game Pass is at 35 million subs. And holy shit, if true, I think Game Pass is cooked. Because, like, there's just no way. There's no way that's acceptable at this point in time. To be honest, I don't believe that number. There's no way it's that low. It can't be. It can't be, dude. It can't be that low. But if it is, expect price increases. And I will say it would explain why Microsoft is doing what they're doing. New Soul 9, you're saying, MBG, when people say Xbox is better, it comes in the terms of who's more pro-consumer and giving the best value plus flexibility for gaming overall. And that's true, New Soul 9. That's true. And that's why I entertain that. And I say when people talk about the value or the pro-consumerism aspect of what Microsoft's doing, I think these are good things. And I'm not the person that's trying to dump on Microsoft for doing those things. I am, however, the person that acknowledges that if things seem too good to be true, it's because they are. And it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when things turn around, or when you see the bigger picture and you see it all kind of come around, you know? And I know this through experience. That's why I try to tell people, like, dude, if Game Pass is at 35 million, like, Microsoft is going to, they're going to be looking for more ways to make money, because they're going to have to. That's just not going to be acceptable. That's not going to do it. But, yeah, I don't know. Michael Lynch, you're saying LOL Returnal is way better than Avowed? I mean, I haven't played Avowed, but yeah, I loved Returnal. $35 million is across all platforms and also includes the non-day one tiers, formerly Xbox Live Gold. I can't believe that. That's not true, dude. I don't know. You know, does anybody else find it kind of strange that Microsoft still hasn't revealed Game Pass numbers? Because I find that kind of peculiar, where it's like, what, like, why have you not, how have you not hit a new milestone that you want, that's like worth celebrating? But you know what? The more I think about it, honestly, the more I'm like, this explains why Microsoft is doing everything they're doing. This explains why they don't give a shit about hardware anymore, except for, you know, like just trying to put out OEMs or dealing with OEMs. This explains why they're hyper fixated on publishing. This is why they're hyper fixated on being the top publisher on PlayStation. It's just it's almost feels like a lot of what they're doing is to try to distract. Like, I think Microsoft's messaging in general of like, we want to be everywhere. We want people to access our games everywhere. I believe that. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. But I think the problem is, in order for them to achieve that, they do have to make sacrifices. You know, they have to transform and they have to make sacrifices. And I think they're doing that. I think they are doing that. And that's why I just think it's to be honest, my problem isn't even with Microsoft. I've said this before, and I want to try to refrain from going on another rant about it. But it's like, Microsoft is doing what they're doing, man. And like New Soul 9 dropped a couple super chats, but he represents that Xbox player that just is just going to stick with it as long as there's hardware there to play and their stuff carries with them. But it's really like the toxic portion of the fan base that it's like they're constantly in celebration mode. And it's like, celebrate the games. Sure, we should always be celebrating the games. But it's like, the problem isn't even that. The problem is they want to celebrate what's going on with Microsoft and then point at what Sony's doing and be like, yeah, sucks what, like, look at, it sucks to see what Sony's doing. And it's like, speak for yourself, bro. Like, if Game Pass is so great, why is it not at 50 million yet? Why did more people choose to buy PS5 consoles than they did to like, more people bought PS5 consoles than subscribed to Game Pass? Why is that? Why does Microsoft want Game Pass on PlayStation? You know, like, I'm just trying to basically inform these people how stupid they sound. Where it's like, there are these people, they're running these victory laps, and it's like, you just proved that Microsoft is able, to trick and fool like the dumbest types of people. And they're glad to do it. This is why I said, I mean, I know I deleted the post, but I meant what I said. I was just a little bit rude about it. But it was like, yeah, Microsoft's a multi-trillion-dollar company. They want your money all the same as Sony, as Nintendo. It's just that some people are unfortunately dumb enough to think that, and again, I know it sounds rude, but trust me, I see some of these people, and it's like, yes, they are dumb. They are dumb individuals, and it's unfortunate. But some people are dumb enough to think that Microsoft is in a class of their own, in the sense that, like, oh, they don't need to do that. They don't want to do that. They're not going to do that. And it's like, buckle up, buddy. Buckle up, because if you think Microsoft doesn't want to fuck you 6 ways from Sunday, you're going to find out. You may not find out today, may not even be tomorrow, but believe me when I tell you, they're coming for your wallet, bro. Oh, they're coming for your wallet. And that to me is the comical part of it, is you get these people, and Microsoft already knows. Microsoft's not stupid. People forget about the email that Phil Spencer sent, where he was like, the Xbox fan base will evangelize it. They'll evangelize Game Pass. They're playing these people like fiddles, and it's comical to see. And it's like, yeah, bro. Yeah. You keep doing your thing, man. It's all gonna work out. Don't worry. Meanwhile, you got Sony and Nintendo finding continued success in the game, in the console space, in the games industry, by just saying it like it is. Yeah, we're going to charge you money. We expect you to buy video games. We need you to buy video games. We need you to buy our hardware. We need you to do that. Delwyn Jones with a super chat. Thank you, Delwyn. He says, the ROG Xbox handheld is literally a PC handheld, not Xbox. Zero hype. Xbox/Microsoft business is busted. Meanwhile, for Sony/PlayStation, they continue to best grow in revenue, profit, and power for the past 2 generations. Don't say that, Delwyn. And what you just said is anti-consumer, bro. Thank you, Corey. I appreciate that, man. They're trying to attain and maintain a little relevancy. Exactly. And I think that's fine. Like I said, my problem isn't with Microsoft. Like, my problem is not with Microsoft, Sony, or Nintendo, because I understand their end game across all three, dude. Their end game is the same. It's like, we want to dominate in the game space. We want to make the most money. I just can't stand how dumb people are for believing the bullshit from Microsoft. I've been right so many times about Microsoft, and nobody wants to talk. I mean, not that I expect people to talk about it, but it's like, people just want to pretend. People want to pretend that I was wrong, or just ignore the fact that, who was the first one to call, hey, guess what? Anybody who thinks the next Doom is going to be exclusive, probably not. It's going to come to PlayStation, because they're going multi-platform. People lost their shit when I said that. Who turned out to be right? Me. Remember last year when Phil Spencer said it's just 4 games, and I screamed at those people, the loudmouths, the dumbasses, and I said, they're going to try to come out here and tell you you're a port beggar or an idiot or a fanboy for not believing that. But in reality, they're the idiots, because anybody with a modicum of fucking sense knows when Phil said it's just 4 games, it's the opposite of just 4 games. And again, my problem isn't with Phil. It isn't with Microsoft. If anything, they were mostly honest. You know, I mean, as honest as they could be while navigating that minefield of a PR nightmare. It's the people that know the truth that try to so hard to convince so many others of like, and they try to make you seem like you're the dumb one. And it's like, no, dude. Like, if anything, you're actually the dumb one, because what we're saying came true. Even when it comes to PlayStation related stuff, dude. Like with the PS5 Pro. The amount of, like, listen, man, you are seeing the same motherfuckers who literally shit their pants and pissed themselves when the PS5 Pro was announced. You know? I mean, throwing the biggest tantrums because it's $700 and it's not worth it. You're seeing those same people out here, I mean, just crying tears of joy over an Asus handheld with an Xbox logo on it that's probably going to be the same price as the Pro. And these are the people that want to yell the loudest, and they want to make it seem like they have some kind of authority in this space. They're the ones that you should listen to. And it's like, how idiotic do you need to become until people wake up and realize that's exactly what you are, an idiot? And you know what? It's unfortunate because Microsoft is banking on those idiots. They are. Like, Microsoft is banking on those loudmouth, obnoxious people, you know, being the ones that are like, let me tell you. And it's like, what are you going to tell me? What are you going to tell me? How Game Pass is such a great deal? Okay. Then go play your games on Game Pass. We're going to go buy our fucking games and enjoy it on PlayStation. Whether those be Xbox games, PlayStation games, third-party games. Who's saying you're not allowed to enjoy games on Game Pass? No. Nobody's saying you're not allowed to enjoy your games on Game Pass. Nobody's saying it's not a good deal. What we're saying is that it's not taking over the industry. And that's going to be a problem for Microsoft. And eventually, that's going to be a problem for you. Because you get all these same people, they're like, why do you care so much about sales? Well, gee, I don't know. That's rich considering, look at what happened to the console you preferred to play on. Maybe you should have been paying closer attention to sales, because look at what happens. Shit goes right down the toilet. And before you know it, you're out here celebrating a third-party piece of hardware with an Xbox logo slapped on it. Yay. Because I'm sure that's what you were asking for, right? I'm sure that's what they were asking for. It's one big joke, man. Like, no, Xbox isn't trash. A portion of their fan base is. No, Xbox itself is not trash. Xbox is done. The Xbox console's finished. What you get next is a PC hybrid. But a portion of their fan base is genuine trash. And no, I'm not saying if you're subscribed to Game Pass, you're trash. Hell no. I know plenty of people who are subscribed to Game Pass, and they're great people. You know who I'm talking about. You know exactly who I'm talking about. Those fans. Put MBG on timeout. The truth is, I'm not console warring, man. This is not about the brands. This isn't about the brand. Phil Spencer already told everybody, we're going to do what we need to do for the health of the Xbox brand. Literally nothing they could do would be surprising. This is not about saying, hey, dude, the PlayStation 5 console is better than your shit console. No, that's not what this, or the PS5 is better than Game Pass. That's not what this is. This is about acknowledging the dumbass narratives that persist across the internet perpetually. They're just perpetual. They're in perpetual motion. And it's always the same people, the same groups of people, the same types of people. It's about acknowledging that you're fucking wrong. You've been wrong. You've been wrong 10 times over. You're still wrong. But they just think that if they group up enough and they celebrate hard enough, it's just a win. And it's like, sure, man. Sure. We'll just pretend you're not the same individual that was out here talking about how the Series X is going to crush the PS5 and eat the PS5 for breakfast. We'll just pretend you're not that same person. Sure. It is what it is, man. It's Microsoft moved the goalposts, and a lot of people realize that you only have two options. Either get left behind or move with them. Or move backward with them. I don't know. Move in a lateral direction with them. That's all it is. You know, that's all it is. And it's just, it just persists. Like I said, man, it just persists. PSP2 Revita. Revita, bro. Revita. You do think the PS5 is better than the Xbox at this point? Or better than Xbox at this point? I mean, I agree. That's kind of catchy, dude. The PSP2 Revita. I mean, it's a marketing nightmare, but I'm on board with it. Just remember, guys. Listen, just remember. The people that I'm talking about, these were the same ones that in 2021 were out here like, come on, Microsoft, make sure those Bethesda games are exclusive. Do it. Do it. Those are the same people. They want it so badly. The Elder Scrolls is going to be exclusive. I remember when Blade was revealed. And I was like, I'm pretty sure that's coming to PS5. And I got fucking trampled, bro. I got called everything. Meanwhile, the people who were doing the trampling, they're out here holding up this handheld being like, look at it. Xbox wins. Xbox wins, bro. It's like, okay, man. Sure. I can't wait to play PlayStation games on this. Meanwhile, we're over here being like, we told you. We told you they're fucking good, right? Right? It's like, well, you guys are playing Xbox games now, so you must have always liked them. Like, dude, I don't think anybody here was over here. I don't think many PlayStation players were like, yo, that Forza Horizon looks like straight trash. No, I don't think anybody was doing that. In fact, I was here watching it. Most people were like, Forza's a good game that Microsoft has. But that Halo Infinite, it's looking rough. Gears, it feels like it kind of lost its way. It's just like, I don't know, man. This is what's out there. This is what's out there. It's out there. It's on full display. But you know what the truth is, man? And this is going to be the greatest day. Do you remember when I told you guys back in November of 2023, I said, I'm pretty sure Microsoft just announced they're going third party and they're going multi-platform. Remember when I said that? And you guys were here and you saw how much bullshit I had to deal with for saying that. Do you remember how I told people back in 2020 when the PS5 and the Series X launched, I said, Microsoft is going to get crushed because they have no launch games. And I don't know why they think they can launch a console with no launch games. Do you remember when I told you guys that Microsoft is probably going to, when it comes to the next gen console, take a very different approach That's not going to be, they're not going to take a traditional approach. Do you remember when I told you guys that it's unlikely Game Pass is going to make the money that Microsoft needs it to make to justify acquisitions like Activision and Bethesda? Do you remember when I told you guys, when Satya Nadella said, if this is about competition, then let us compete, and I said he's a lying sack of shit? Take all of that, roll it up, look at where we are today. And I'm going to make another prediction. You ready? Here it is. My next prediction is, I don't know exactly when it's going to happen, but I think it's going to happen sooner rather than later. I think the people who are out here evangelizing Game Pass the most, not people, not like average consumers, okay? I'm not talking about the average consumer that just stumbles upon Game Pass and is like, oh, that seems cool. I'll subscribe to it, play some games. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the people who are involved in these conversations and they just will not get off the high horse, right? Where they really believe that Game Pass is the be all end all, and basically because they subscribe to Game Pass, no criticism is valid. You pay, we play, all that bullshit. Those people are going to get fucked the hardest by Microsoft at the end of the day. Not tomorrow, probably not this year, but eventually the reality is going to, just like when you see how Microsoft said, fuck you, we are selling a Series X for $730. They say, fuck you, we are charging $80 for our games, even though they're definitely not worth $80. At least some of them are certainly not worth $80. They don't give a shit. The day's going to come when they don't hit their numbers on Game Pass. And when that happens, what do you think comes next? What comes next is Microsoft has no choice but to reveal the just unfathomable truth to these individuals. That is, you know what, guys? We appreciate how much enthusiasm you have, but we need money from you two. Yeah, no, we can't really just, we can't just keep letting you, we can't just keep letting you exist in this subscription service, getting these games and justify the price that we're charging. We need to charge more. And that's not just going to happen once or twice. That's going to be a continual thing. And I guess what I'm trying to say is the talking point, it's not, because it's not even a talking point. If it was a talking point, that'd be fine. They're not talking about it. The thing that people are wearing as like a badge of honor and using as like the greatest ammunition, where you're an idiot if you pay $80 for a game because I pay $20 a month to rent this game and every other game. It's like, hold on to that for as long as you can, because you're frankly an idiot if you think Microsoft isn't going to be coming for you next. Unless, and this is where I could turn out to be totally wrong, and we'll see. I haven't been wrong yet in this regard, but we're going to see. Unless somehow, some way, Microsoft just suddenly gains tens of millions of Game Pass subscribers. If they don't do that in like a short period of time, because their window's closing, if they don't do that, then the only thing they're going to be able to do is, well, we got to make more money off the subscribers we have there. And that's my next prediction is like, if I genuinely believed Game Pass was succeeding in the way that people talk about it, like this is going to be, this is going to be what takes over. It gets 70, 80, 90, 100 million subs, and it paves the way. If I really if I really believed that, I genuinely would not be making this prediction. But I don't believe that because I never believed it, because look at what's happening. I told you guys before, Microsoft is punching air because Sony is out here. Sony is getting more full price sales on their PlayStation 5 console. Like, you have to buy the console, then you have to buy the games at full price. They're getting more than what Microsoft is trying to give you these games. It started with $1 a month, then it went to $10 a month. Now it's at $20 a month. Why do you think that is? They make these investments, they shove these games, and they say, guys, don't you look, we got Black Ops 6 in Game Pass. Don't you want Game Pass now? We got the Elder Scrolls Remastered. We got Avowed. We got it all. Microsoft, how many subscribers do you have? How many like, honestly, do you have 50 million yet? Or is it true that you're still at 35 million? Because if you're still at 35 million, you better believe that they're not just going to sit there and continue to charge $20 a month for Game Pass. Because it doesn't matter how much a person wants to evangelize the Game Pass model and talk about how much better it is and how pro-consumer and how good of a deal it is. That's great. Again, I have no problem with that. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. But if you are naive enough to think that that's sustainable without the growth to match it, you're the one that's going to get screwed the hardest. Because at the end of the day, people who bought their games, at the very least, they don't have to worry about the price of those games going up. Once you buy it, it's there in your library, especially if you buy it physically. But even if you buy it digitally, it's there. If you are interacting with your games and engaging with your games on a month-to-month basis, and you can only continue to do so as long as you're subscribed, you're going to have basically no choice, or it's going to be hard to walk away from it. If the day ever comes where Microsoft's like, now it's $30 a month. Now it's $40 a month. And that's the way you've been playing games for years. You don't own shit, dude. The moment you unsub, you lose it all. It's gone. So, yeah, really quick. No, I didn't get an email from Microsoft saying they're not sending me any more review codes. I'm just, dude, I'm not taking their review codes anymore. I'm not taking any review codes. I told people I was experimenting, man. I tried. I wanted to see what the other side was like. Now, I'm not talking about Xbox. I just mean like engaging with games on that level where it's like, I'm going to be a reviewer now. I always suspected I would hate it, and I was right. I just it's not for me, man. I need to play games at my own pace. I just want to be normal. Like, honestly, I just want to be like a normal person that's out here buying my games and engage with them, in the way that, like, I don't want any ties anymore with anything. I don't want Sony games, I don't want Microsoft games, I don't want third-party games. I just want to buy I want to buy my own games at my leisure and play them at my leisure. We have super chats from New Soul 9, and he says, if Game Pass goes the way you describe, then gaming itself is not going to look good in the future because the prices of games are rising and just going up to the point where it's getting close to $100. Gaming needs to be affordable to the massive in order to justify this market and keep going. You're not wrong about that, New Soul 9, and that is the great fear, right? That is the fear that every publisher and every platform holder has, where it's like, what if we end up pricing too many people out? And yeah, it's like, that's a real possibility. All I can say to that, New Soul, is that if the gaming market has to shrink, then let it shrink. I know that's like anti-growth, and that's the opposite of what, to a lot of people, they view that. People talk about a collapse. It's like, it's not going to be a collapse. It doesn't have to be a collapse. It can just be a slow shrinkage. You know what I mean? Where it's like, the collapse, that would have to be something monumental that's like, oh my God, like multiple publishers are just going under all at one time. Microsoft is big enough as like Microsoft's a $3 trillion corporation. They could keep it going on their own if they want. At the end of the day, if they want to, be in cahoots with anybody, that'll just, that'll strengthen them further. But this whole, like, what I'm trying to tell you is that, because News Soul 9, you're right. Like, you're right that Microsoft is taking that angle. And I'm not here, like, I think Microsoft is smart for doing this. This is why I say it's a certain portion of the fan base I don't like. It's not even Microsoft. Like, Microsoft is doing what they should be doing, which is we can't win at the console angle. We can't win at, we're not creating Game of the Year contenders. So we can't match what Sony and Nintendo are doing. So let's try to take a completely different angle. Let's do what is something that Sony and Nintendo were doing that we can maybe do the opposite of? And what they identified is we can try to be the affordable brand, the accessible brand. We can try to give people a best deal. And once Microsoft got involved, the parent company, Microsoft, once they said, we are sitting at the table now, dealing with the Xbox brand, once they did that, you have the full weight, the full might of Microsoft behind Xbox. They're willing to play the long game. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years if need be. They're willing to play the long game because they can afford to do so. But, and this is an important but, that is not necessarily what they're going to do. Because one thing that we've learned about Microsoft, and this goes for all businesses these days, it's not exclusive to Microsoft, is they are profit hungry now. Everything is in a volatile state. These companies are at the greatest risk that they've ever been at to see dips. Sometimes sharp. You're just 1 to 2 mistakes away from seeing a significant dip in your stock. Because that's how volatile everything has become. And so it's not, they are the only thing that can keep investors truly happy, not just in the long term, but also the short term. Because again, the more volatile things are, the more pressing it becomes to make sure you're finding success in the short term as well. They they have to make decisions. Like, again, man, I don't know what to tell people anymore, or tell those groups of people, those fans. You are out here cheering Microsoft for being pro-consumer. That's good. Yeah, cheer on the pro-consumer moves. But you're trying to press that, and I'm not talking about you, New Soul 9, but you're trying to press that upon people as this is the way. This is the way. This is the future. And if you're not with it, you're contributing to the downfall of the industry or something like that, or you're getting scammed. It's like, bro, that company just raised the prices of every single one of their products across the board, except for Game Pass. You really can't see what their agenda is here? They got an agenda. I bet you think Sony doesn't have an agenda. No, it's the same exact agenda. How do you, like, it just bothers me that people, the truth is, the smart people do see it. They just choose to pretend they don't, But it's frustrating because it's all going to come back down to the same thing. Sony is not any better than Microsoft, and Microsoft is not any better than Sony from a business corporate perspective. And the only thing that Microsoft has that sways the masses, or I guess you could say convinces people otherwise, is the Game Pass proposition. And I get it, but I'm just trying to be that guy, and I understand that it's the unpopular thing to do and say. It's going against the grain, but I'm going to be right in that you're going to wake up one day and you're going to realize that Microsoft is no different. They want just as much money, if not more. If anything, Microsoft feels as though they're owed more money because they're the ones who spent $68 billion on a publisher. The pressure is there. they may be worth $3 trillion, but that doesn't mean that you're just going to continue with free handouts. Why do you think they closed the $1 Game Pass loophole? Why do you think they closed that? Because they're letting you know the walls are closing in, dude. It's time for us to start making money too. And yes, I know that may be shocking for some people to hear. The $3 trillion company wants to make more money. Just like the $1 billion company wants to make more money. It's always been that way. It will always be that way. And the deal that they give you is short term. It's short lived, and everybody should have enough sense to be able to see that. And New Soul, getting back to your super chats, the idea of people being priced out. Listen, man, we are living in a time where MAUs are everything, but what we might end up discovering at some point in the future is that there was this belief that MAUs automatically means greater profitability. That may change. I don't know how likely it is to change, but, Microsoft is set, dude. That's what I think people also don't seem to understand. Like those toxic groups of people that just keep riding Microsoft the way they do. It's like they don't seem to understand. Like, bro, Microsoft could close Game Pass tomorrow and they're set. They're fine. Like, you do realize that if they decide we got to shut this shit down because it's just losing us too much money, they have more than enough successful live service games. They have some of the biggest live service games in the industry. They're fine. The Xbox brand is going to be just fine. And this is why I find it so ironic that a lot of these toxic people I'm talking about, they're always the ones that are like, oh, they're saying Xbox is dead again. Xbox is dead. Like, no, nobody's saying Xbox is dead, you dipshit. You know that. Nobody's saying that. What we're telling you is that Xbox is no longer what it used to be. What Xbox was is over. This is a new era of Xbox, and it's one that does not give a shit about those fans that are like, I can't wait for my next Halo exclusive on my Xbox console. And like, no, they don't give a shit about that person. They said fuck off to that person years ago. What they give a shit about is, are you fucking buying the skins in Call of Duty or not, motherfucker? Are you subscribed to Game Pass on a yearly basis or not? That's what they care about. Just like Sony says to us, are you buying our games? Are you pre-ordering Ghost of Yotei or not, dude? We want your fucking money. It's like, I know. Don't worry, I'll get it. See, I like to keep Sony on the edge. I didn't pre-order yet, but I'll get it. That's the crazy thing, man. Like, Sony just came out. By the way, this is how you know. Look at what just happened with the Switch 2, bro. Look at what just happened. Like, the Switch 2 is the greatest example of idiocy. Not people who bought it, the opposite. Like, I see a video that just came up. It had 450,000 views. It had 450,000 views, and it was this person. I didn't watch it, but I just looked at the title and thumbnail. It reminded me of back when I was like moving away from Xbox. But they were like, I'm done with Nintendo. This is the final straw. I'm done. And you know what the first thought in my head was? Nintendo doesn't give a flying fuck about you. Like, dude, I've been there. I remember when I threw the same hissy fit with Xbox. Look at where they are now, dude. I sat here being like, Xbox, you better do this. You better do that. Just to find out Xbox doesn't give a shit how I feel about Crackdown 3. They're putting Game Pass out there. They're going to buy publishers, and they're going to play by their own rules. They don't give a shit. And that's the reality, is that person made that video and it got 450,000 views, and you see that and you're like, that's a massive amount of views. That must have done some damage. Meanwhile, the Switch is breaking all the records. No one cares. No one cares. Like, that's what people like. So to go back to your super chat, New Soul 9, it's just that do you want to know what the games industry is going to turn into? Not the entire games industry. I need to be clear. But like the higher end, the mid to high end games industry, it's going to turn into you're either going to be able to afford the price of entry or you're not. Sorry. But that's how it is. But see, where they're going to get you, where they're going to get everybody, the MAUs, is, oh, hold on. You can't afford to buy our games. You can't afford our hardware. Well, that's okay. Because we have something for you. It's called insert whatever your free-to-play live service game is that's available on mobile, on your TV, on your fucking refrigerator. Every company will have that eventually. Microsoft actually has most of them right now. Ironically enough. So this is where it's headed. And all the people, and this is the last point I want to make, because this is going to be the most poignant, right? Most of, I don't want to say all, I'm not going to make such a bold claim because that wouldn't be fair. Most of the people that you seeing doing the bitching, the crying, the moaning about this is too expensive and they're pricing me out and I hate Nintendo and I hate Sony and if Microsoft does it, I hate them too. They're still going to buy the shit. Shocker. I know people are just going to say what they need to say to make the money they need to make temporarily on a week-to-week basis on the fucking internet. I know it's crazy. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Because make no mistake, if the price of Game Pass eventually does go up to 40 or even $50 a month, if that day comes, which eventually down the line it probably will, some of the same people today that you see bitching and moaning about how expensive it is to buy games and all this shit, you better believe they're still going to be sitting there. Yeah, I'm subscribed to Game Pass. I still think it's worth it. And what I'm trying to say is, this is becoming, a line is being drawn in the sand by all of these companies. It starts with Nintendo, it moves over to Sony, and it's going to end with Microsoft. And that line that's being drawn is you are either going to pay to play or you are not. We will have an alternative for you if you can't afford to pay to play. It's not going to be Game Pass. It's not going to be these AAA games that are being dumped into Game Pass. No. It's going to be, you know what? Here's our fucking free-to-play mobile game. Anyway. 18 minutes and I'll get the platinum. All right, where am I at here? So, New Soul, thank you for the super chats. We have the Genius 200X. Sorry to keep you waiting to read the super chat. You're saying rumored Game Pass price hike looms and bragging on this Asus playing PlayStation games via Steam as if that's a win somehow. Shaking my head. Well, boys, you pay, we play. MBG, did you see the IGN Asus Xbox reveal crowd reaction? I did not, but I saw people talking about it. What happened? What happened, dude? What was the reaction? I saw people talking about it, but I didn't look into it. Unico, bro, I know you are not Unico, I know you're an Xbox fan, bro. Just give it up. It's fine. Okay, you're loud. It's cool, bro. I know you don't believe the things you're saying. I should play it now. It's cool, Unico. Have some fun, man. It's all good. I mean, at the end of the day, like, I do take the industry seriously, and I do take a lot of the conversations we have seriously, but there's some silliness at play at all times. I can't deny that. Where do I find this crowd reaction? Oh, by the way, I got to put this out there too. Before I move on. I think it was like a month ago. Everybody and their mother. Oh shit. Sony's next. Sony's going to be charging $80 for their games. We got $80 Death Stranding 2. We got $80 Ghost of Yotei. Sony just wants to destroy our wallets. Meanwhile, what game is $80? What game was just announced to be $80? Come on, tell me. Whose game was it? Whose game? Because it's always Sony too. Whose game is $80 fucking right now? Now, that's not me saying Sony's game won't eventually be $80. I'm here to tell you it probably will. In fact, if you have any sense, you know it's coming eventually. But it just goes to show. All the dumbasses, well, you know, if Microsoft's doing this, then Sony's probably itching to do it. Meanwhile, bro, I'm paying $70 for Death Stranding. I'm paying $70 for Ghost of Yotei. Oh, wait, hold on. And for that person in the back that's like, but I'm playing it through Game Pass. Did you hear anything I just said about Game Pass? You're going to get fucked too one day, Billy. Don't worry. They're coming for you too. You're not safe. You're not safe. Anyway, man, I'm getting unhinged today. Billy ain't safe, bro. Billy ain't safe. All right. Delwyn. Hold on. Wait. I forgot to look for the IGN Asus crowd. So I see a video here. Audience reacts live to the Xbox handheld. It's 4.5 minutes. All right, I'll check it out in a second. That's longer than I expected, though. I thought it was gonna be like a minute long or 30 seconds. Delwyn Jones with a super chat says, "You were right about Xbox Game Pass. First day releases. Jim Ryan didn't want Game Pass to come to PlayStation, and the best thing he did was rejected it. He rejected it from Xbox. PlayStation is doing their own thing with PlayStation Plus. That's something else I wanted to mention, Delwyn, is people. Again, I'm just gonna say the internet. I'm gonna stop saying people because it's just too broad of a term. Internet weirdos. I don't know. I guess that's a good appropriate term. I don't know. The wrong internet. Somebody help me come up with a better term. But the people on the internet who are just consistently wrong, you know, they're always out here like bitching about PlayStation Plus. And I say this as somebody, dude, I'm not into PlayStation Plus, man. I am the person that says, Sony, can you give me a $20 tier or a $10 tier? Just give me, I've seen people asking, can you just give me a tier that's just to pay for online play? Something cheap. Sounds better. Yeah, I'm that person. So I'm not pro PS Plus. Okay, I'm not subscribed to Extra. I'm not subscribed to Premium. But even I can understand and accept the reality that like Sony just came out and revealed that even through the different price increases they've done in different regions, you know, it's still growing and they're doing fine. And it's growing at a rate that they seem to be satisfied with. If they're not satisfied with it, they're not letting on to that. They might be dissatisfied, to be clear. But this is, I just try to communicate to people the simple reality that until you see those numbers going down, like I implore anybody, if you have a problem with PlayStation Plus, please immediately unsubscribe and do not resubscribe. I can't promise you that you're leaving the subscription is going to be the catalyst for change. But if enough people do that, Sony will see the drop and then they will make a change. But that's not happening. That's not happening. Sony probably still has more subscribers on PS Plus than Xbox even has on Game Pass. I wouldn't be surprised. So it's like, I don't know what people want. Like you have to just unsubscribe. Unsub, bro. But you know what? That's the thing. If somebody says to me, well, I like PS Plus, what am I going to do? Yell at them? Be like, you're part of the fucking problem. Like, I mean, maybe, but it's like, if bro wants to sub the PS Plus, then he's going to sub the PS Plus. And if Sony says thanks, that's all we needed. I'm just the dude left in the corner screen. Again, I'm Billy in the corner being like, God damn you. You know, like, what's that going to do? We saw how effective that was for the Switch too, didn't we? I'm just saying, man. It would have been different if Sony was like, well, we're having a struggle with PS Plus. We have to figure out a different way to get people to remain subscribed. That would have been different. Move to PC. Well, there you go. I mean, that's another thing. Like, dude, if you want to be truly anti-Sony and well, I don't want to say it's like completely anti-PlayStation because Sony has games on PC, but yeah, just go to PC, man. You know, just go to PC. But all right, what was I gonna do? Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me open link in a new tab. Whoa. Okay, hold on. Why is that full screen?
Who said I like
What is this?
Is this the Xbox handheld?
Man, there's a lot of Billy's metal on this.
Guys, we manifested this! We manifested this! Holy moly! Wow, this is real! Natively from the cloud! Guys, look at that Xbox button right there. Silk Song!
There it is again. Time to sell my Steam Deck.
Wow! Wow, guys, the era of handhelds. What a time to be alive.
Let's hear it for Handheld.
Okay, bro, I gotta ask, what the fuck am I watching right now? I'm not even kidding. Is this a Microsoft orchestrated thing, or is this an IGN thing? Because, dude, these people literally, they're looking at me like I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm not sure why I'm here. What am I supposed to be doing right now? And I'm looking back at them like I don't know what's happening either. And I just hear some dude in the background be like, woo, the future is handheld, baby. And I don't understand what's happening.
Oh, we are getting this.
Absolutely.
That is literally an Xbox. Holiday 2025!
We strive to put the player first.
Who wants a game?
And that's what you've seen from us over the years.
Let's go
We
there.
led the industry with progression.
Yeah.
We delivered Game Pass, first on console, then on PC, and with cloud gaming. So what's next? How can we give you even more freedom, more choice, more ways to play? Our
freedom.
next step is to
Yo, you just got, how can we give you even more freedom, even more choice? How can we be your friend even more? Like, okay, Jesus. This is so weird. I don't know what this is.
unify your gaming no matter where you buy or play. So we're building an Xbox experience designed for players, not locked to a single store or tied to one device.
Guys, that is
The
sick.
Xbox Ally is an
Finally.
Xbox you can hold in your hands, bringing together the power of Xbox and the freedom of Windows. On this Xbox, you can play games across your entire library, including all the Windows PC game stores, from Xbox and Battle.net to Steam, GOG.
Bro, look at that audience, though. Hold on. Look at that. They literally look like I don't. They look fucking bored, bro. I'm just trying to understand. Like, is this a thing that IGN is trying to hype up? Like that, like they're like, yeah. It's so weird. I don't know why they're doing this. It is awkward. Yeah, there we go. That's a good way to describe it. Oh, let me
Log in Ubisoft Connect.
That is crazy.
dude, that fucking zoom though.
They're teasing us with this.
They are.
Every new game you see in today's show will be playable on the Xbox Ally.
Oh my god.
We have
Oh my God.
That's an Xbox, everybody.
Xbox on any screen.
That's an Xbox.
That's why we're investing in Xbox Play Anywhere.
Dude, this is like a
Whether you're
fucking
playing
Key
on
and Peele
console,
skit.
PC, smart
Oh my
TV,
God, I cannot
or
wait to
any
play
Windows
this in
handheld
bed.
like the new Xbox Ally, the Xbox experience
Dude,
grows
the one guy's like,
with
oh
your
God.
library,
Oh yeah, I can't wait to play this around the bed, baby. Oh
There are
yeah, let's
over
go.
1,000 Xbox Play Anywhere games on Xbox today. And every new game you see in today's show,
Guys, clear
from our
obscure
partners and
handheld.
studios,
There we
is
go.
Xbox Play Anywhere. And because it's Xbox, you can always have access to Game Pass. With a
guy's
diverse lineup of
practically-
games,
dude,
from the
he's
biggest
practically
franchises
stroking it
to
in the back
critically
there with
acclaimed
the
indie
mic.
hits. This is the freedom we believe players should
Oh my
have.
God.
Any game, anywhere. And we are giving it our all every day to make this vision real. But it all comes back to the games. From Dead to Rights on the original Xbox to Armored Core 6, our relationship with Bandai Namco Entertainment has stood the test of time. We both believe in bringing amazing experiences to players around the world, and their next game does exactly that. From Rebel Wolf Studio, this is a story-rich action RPG steeped in dark fantasy that I can't wait for you to explore. Thank
Dude,
you,
this
and
is-
enjoy the rest of the show.
How much are the? I need to know how much are these guys from IGN getting paid, bro?
Wow. Okay. Man,
I'm not, dude. Listen, I'm not even fucking kidding. How much are these dudes from IGN getting paid to fucking behave like this on a stage? But like they have to do it earnestly. They have to do it earnestly. Like, oh my God, that's painful. That is painful. Like the audience, I'll be honest, like I feel like the audience, they just want to be normal. And like they're just like, why are these dudes on the mic acting like this? Yeah, he's like moaning over it. He's like undressing while he's like talking about it. Like, this is amazing. Oh my God, that's an Xbox. Oh, it's an Xbox, baby. Like, okay, like the audience straight up looked uncomfortable. They're trying to like watch the video and listen to what's being said, and you got this dude like orgasming over the fucking reveal. I'm gonna play with it in bed. Oh, genius. Thank you, man. Thank you. This is I didn't realize it was this bad. And honestly, I don't even think it's an Xbox thing. This is an IGN thing, bro. Oh my Lord. Oh, anyway. Whew. Bro was practically dry humping the chair, man. Like, honestly, I'm surprised he didn't throw the mic down and like run up to the screen like naked, you know, and just like smash through it. Ben Stiller's skit. It's something. That's good stuff. That's good stuff, man. I needed that. All right. Let me head on back here. Wow. Bro starts licking the screen. I need it now. He's going to need a cig afterwards. Yeah, man. I needed that. Was that guy paid or was he genuinely excited for it? I mean, dude, I'm going to have to tell myself he was paid a handsome sum of money Because there's just no way. There's just no way. Yeah. But I mean, what amount of money is I mean, you're saying that the price of it leaked? It's $1,000. What? I don't. That seems too. You're the second person today to say that it's going to be $1,000. I don't think it's going to be $1,000. There's no way it's going to be $1,000, man. Right? Nobody's going to buy it. Like, I mean, nobody's going to buy it. Excuse me. No, I'm not seeing anything. I mean, I've seen people talk about an $800 price point, and that. Yeah, I've been seeing those memes, dude. Green Ninja, I've been seeing those memes of people like making it seem like anybody who buys the Portal, like the Portal's the odd one out. And I'm like, I mean, you guys know, this is why I think the internet is a funny place sometimes, because it's like you like Sony's making a premium handheld. Like it's literally, they pretty much acknowledged that yesterday in their business meeting. They're making a handheld. So I don't know, man. For the Portal being $200, I mean, I don't know that you can. To be honest, I don't think you can compare the Portal to these premium handhelds because they're two completely different things. They're in different categories. I mean, that's what I mean. Like your phone can technically do what the Portal's doing, right? So it's like it's a bonus accessory that's just for people who are okay with the idea of streaming your games to a tablet with a DualSense controller cut in half. Which is, I mean, I think the Portal is fine. I haven't used it yet, but I want to get one at some point, even just to have it. But I'm much more interested to see what Sony does in a serious way in the handheld space. You know, I want to see like what they do, where it's like, here it is. This is going to play games natively. What's the pricing of it going to be? What are the specs going to be? What's the performance of it going to be? What games are going to be available? That's going to be way more interesting to me than the PlayStation Portal. Like way more interesting. And I think it's going to be way more interesting to a lot of people. But there's no way Sony's not going to get involved in that space. But I think the Portal is a major catalyst for it. Excuse me. I keep getting the hiccups. If 30 million wasn't enough, what's their expectations? Well, I think that Sony understands at this point that the market has changed, that there is a market, but it's a niche market for premium handhelds. And I think that Sony just feels as though they need to be in that space competing. I mean, is there some kind of expectation that this is going to be the next big thing? I don't know. I mean, it's possible where they see everybody else getting involved and they see that the Portal did better than they expected. So they might be in the space where they're like, just in case it is the next big thing, we don't want to be caught with our pants down like that guy at IGN, you know? But, yeah, if they got Vita numbers now, I think they would be thrilled. But the Vita was treated differently. The PlayStation handheld that's coming in the future alongside the PS6, that I think is viewed as an extension of the PlayStation 6. To whereas the PlayStation Vita was seen as a whole separate console. You know, so I think in a way, Sony was kind of pitting the PlayStation Vita against their home consoles, where it's like, this has to keep pace with the home console. And it's like, I think that Sony, like the Vita could have been more successful if it had more support, but Sony had to choose. Are you going to have your studio support the PS4 or the Vita? And the choice was obvious. We need them to support the PS4. That's the priority. And so the Vita kind of got, it got neglected, and there was nothing they could do about it. Because it's like, well, if you're not making games for it, chances are, and you know, third parties aren't making games for it. Chances are people aren't going to buy it. So, like, what Microsoft is doing, everything is just an extension of Xbox. As long as you understand that Xbox is a publisher now and not a like, they're not really a hardware manufacturer anymore, dude. Like, that's the biggest difference. Is Sony. The biggest difference between Sony and Microsoft is Sony cares about having, I don't want to say a closed, I don't want to say closed anymore, because that's, I don't think, accurate. Closed means closed. But having a, God, what would be a better way to describe it? Controlled, maybe? I think that could be the word to use to describe it. Sony wants to have a controlled ecosystem. And I think controlled is the appropriate word, because, like, it will be closed most of the time, but other times it will open up. And it will be opened up when they feel as though it will be a strategic advantage to do so, and they will close it down when they feel as though it will be at their strategic advantage to do so. And so you can't just simply say it's a closed environment. And I feel like Microsoft, I don't think cares. They're giving up that control, right? Like, they don't care about having a controlled ecosystem anymore. They have an ecosystem, but this is why they're like, Steam, come on in. Epic Games, come on in. If PlayStation wanted to come on in, they'd let them, right? And they're giving up that control because they realize that they're just, no matter how much they want to have a controlled ecosystem, it's not working for them. And, you know, I think that the conversation around these things, it persists, and it's interesting because, again, people think that the way Microsoft is doing things is better. And that's fine. I understand where they come from. I could understand why you think what Microsoft's doing is better, but there's something absolutely to be said for, no matter how many people you see on the internet typing comments saying the way Xbox is doing it is better. Well, why are so many people still supporting Nintendo? Why are so many people still supporting Sony? I mean, it's not like I want to turn to the person who says what Xbox is doing is better and say you're fucking wrong. But it's just like, I think a better way to say it is what Xbox is doing is fine. It's fine. What Sony's doing is fine. What Nintendo's doing is fine. I think it's all perfectly fine because it's all working. But people don't seem to understand that, like, I don't know, like, Microsoft is running the greatest risk here. We have Michael Lynch with the super chat, and he says that video was such bullshit. They needed a hype man with a microphone to tell them when to cheer, basically. They didn't trust the crowd to cheer naturally. Yeah, I mean, why even do something like that then, you know? Like, what's even the purpose? You're saying it's better for your wallet, that's for sure. Yeah, for now. And that's fine. That's why I'm saying, like, dude, if you're saying I prefer the Xbox way because it's saving me money, I respect that. And that's a good thing. It's just I try to warn people about that. Like, they're not interested in saving you money for very long, though, man. That's all. You know? Like, and if somebody says, well, I'll ride that wave for as long as I can, no problems. But I am analyzing this from a high level, you know? And I don't mean that in like some arrogant way. I just mean I pay very close attention to this shit. And I've been seeing the pivots, sometimes the abrupt pivots that Microsoft's been making, and I'm like, they keep having to pivot. I don't know why people, like, some people don't say, like, they keep having to pivot more and more because nothing they're doing is working. The only thing that Microsoft has done in the last 10 years that has actually worked, and I mean worked to where it's like, holy shit, this is making us good money. Do you know what that is? Putting their games on PlayStation. Isn't that nuts? Isn't that nuts? You know, this is just why I say, like, you can't, you know, when the novelty of Xbox games coming to PlayStation wears off, man, you might see a different version of Microsoft. That didn't save Hi-Fi Rush. You're right, it didn't. And that's a great point, dude. That's a great point where it's like, yeah, there's no promise that Sony's going to save Microsoft. You know, who knows how their games are going to do. I mean, so far they're mostly doing pretty well. And I think Microsoft is accepting that some things are going to do really well, some things might not. But it's just that, like, Microsoft here's the most important thing I could try to convey to people. And it's true for Sony too. Sony needs a certain amount of people to buy their games to justify their existence. Okay, like Death Stranding 2. Sony invested a lot of money in Death Stranding 2, a lot of money. They absolutely need a certain amount of players over like the next 1 to 2 to 3 years to buy this video game, preferably at full price or close to full price. They need that. And everything that went into that was based around that simple concept of we put the money in, we make the thing, we sell the thing, we needed to sell this amount to justify its existence. But if we sell this amount, not only is it justified, we make a handsome profit. That same exact concept exists for Microsoft too. And people, what alters it is Game Pass. Well, it's like, well, can't Game Pass justify it? And it's like, you tell me. You just had Microsoft come out here and tell you they're going to charge you $80 for The Outer Worlds 2 and $730 for a Series X and $400 for a Series S. You know? They just told you that. And they talk about the changing market conditions and how expensive it is to make games. So you tell me how long that can sustain all of Microsoft Studios and all of their games. Because if you know how this works, you probably have an idea that unless when a game like what's the last game that dropped in the Game Pass? Or what's like the next one? I guess it'd be like I don't know, Gears of War is a remaster. That's a bad one. Let's just use Call of Duty. We'll just use Call of Duty. It's the easiest one. Call of Duty's coming at the end of this year. Call of Duty's probably going to be $80 too. Unless Black Ops 7 drives like 5 to 6 million people at one time to subscribe to Game Pass to play it and then stay subscribed, it's not sustainable. And that has to happen cyclically and consistently. Where, okay, we dropped Black Ops 7, we just got a 5 million boost. We're at 40 million. And we retained 3 million. So now, ultimately, we're at 38. The next game, 3 months later, even 6 months later, we get another 5 million. And I don't know what game would do that. What Microsoft game is going to bring in another 5 million? I have no idea. It's not going to be Gears E-Day. It's not going to be Fable. But let's just say it does. And it's like, okay, we brought in 4 million and we retained 2.5. Like, that's what needs to that's not happening for Microsoft, I don't think. They're not revealing the numbers. And I think they're not revealing the numbers because that's not happening. And that is not sustainable. And I understand that people are like, well, PlayStation's going to subsidize the cost of Game Pass for now. For now. But even eventually, like, that, like, well, let's see. Let's see if that, I mean, maybe that, is it possible that could be maintained? I don't know. Apparently, Doom sold less than 1 million or something. You know, and it's launch week, and it's like, ooh, I don't know that, and that was like on PlayStation. Apparently, it's like it sold like 700,000 or something on PlayStation, and like Hellblade 2 is coming. I don't know how that's going to do on PlayStation. I don't think people quite understand how slippery of a slope Microsoft is on right now. And that's not to say that they're going to die or they're going to fail and it's over. No, it's this. The slippery slope is, dude, you better be hoping that PlayStation fans can subsidize the cost of Game Pass, because if we cannot, the price of Game Pass is going up. Eventually, Microsoft is not going to be able to protect their fans from the same thing that, like, Microsoft tries to treat their fans special. Like, you're special if you subscribe to Game Pass. Like, no, you're not. You're just another customer. And they're trying to get you in their good graces, you know? And that's fine. They have to do that. But I'm telling you, man, like, people didn't want to believe me, or not even believe me, but I remember leading up to the launch of Black Ops 6, I was like, I'm really, really interested to see what this does for Game Pass subscriber numbers. Because if Call of Duty can't give a massive boost to Game Pass, I think it's cooked. I don't understand how Microsoft sustains that. If Call of fucking Duty can't do it. Duty, bro. And Matt Piscatella was the one who confirmed that it gave them a small boost and then it flatlined. And I think it's crazy that basically what I'm saying is the Game Pass fans that are constantly using it as a weapon and cheering it on, they need to be looking at that and asking, what does that mean for me and my wallet? And what it means is price increases, baby. That's what that means. Just like everybody else. You're not special. You're not immune. You're going to have to pay to play too. That's what it means. But the Call of Duty players were on PlayStation. That would have made no sense. Well, I don't want to say it wouldn't have made any sense, but it's just, you have to, well, that's the thing, Lux. Like, Microsoft needs to figure out, like, if we take this game that it's unthinkable that it would ever drop in a subscription service day one. The only way people have had access to this game is you buy it. You pay to play. Full price. We take that, we drop it in a service. How does that change the course of our subscription service? Michael, you're saying I didn't update the Direct Ono? Oh, wait, hold on. You're probably right. Oh, shit. Michael, I'm sorry, bro. I didn't even see that. God damn. Shit. I'm sorry. Thank you for forgiving me. Michael Warneth dropped a $50 direct donation, which I guess I didn't hear the notification go off. He says, for the mic, because my name's Mike. Michael, bro, thank you so much for that, man. I really apologize that I missed that. So let me add that to the, Michael, if you could just drop 50 memberships now, that'd be great. Thanks. I'm just kidding, bro. Thank you so much for the $50 tip. I'm going to add that to the goal. Where is it? So we are at 243 now. Good shit. Good shit. We're making our way. We're chipping away. I appreciate that, man. Thank you. They are trying to recondition their players to buy games. That's why their major push at their latest showcase was Xbox Play Anywhere. Game Pass is way under what they wanted it to be. Game Pass is for the Xbox players, not PlayStation players. I understand that, but listen, man, it's just because I want people to be on the same page in the space when we are conversing. I am sick and tired of being met with, like, you know what? These people are going to get what they deserve in the end, to be honest. Not that it's that serious. It's not. I know that's like a serious statement. It's not that serious. I mean, God, if only everybody got what they deserved, right? But I think they are going to get what they deserve, because it's like when you see the developer of The Outer Worlds 2 coming out and being like, don't be mad at us that the game's $80. We don't have control over the pricing. Well, first of all, it's okay for people to be mad at you because you chose to be purchased by Microsoft. So if you stayed independent, you could have controlled the pricing of your game. That's neither here nor there. But I get it. Be mad at Microsoft. They're the ones charging $80. And it's fucking infuriating when it's like, they're telling people like redirect your ire to them. And I'm like, yeah, this is a wake-up call for the people who think that Microsoft is so fucking pro-consumer. And all you see, Game Pass, bro. And I'm like, okay, Game Pass. Yep, Game Pass. You know what, Microsoft? Why aren't you charging these guys $60 a year or a month for Game Pass? Because they'll fucking pay it. Like that's. I don't know if they realize that's the energy they're putting out there, where it's like Game Pass, bro. I get everything on Game. Dude, Microsoft, drop it tomorrow. Double the price of Game Pass. They'll still pay it. Oh, they will still pay it, and they'll say thank you. Don't go on X if it's making me go into bitch mode. I mean, I don't know. People call it a crash out. Do people call it bitch mode? I don't know. I'm just being fucking real, dude. Like I said, man, all these people, they come out here and they're like, I have such a problem with this. And it's like, okay. And like, well, you should too. It's like, well, what if we don't? Well, you pay, we play. It's like, no, we're fucking paying and we're playing. What are you doing? Well, Microsoft's my friend. It's like, oh, this. I mean, dude, don't they realize like when they do like these fan fest things? Don't people fucking realize what you look like? I mean, I realize what I look like. Look at this shit. I'm fucking pony mode over here. But it's like, goddamn, dude, like, just stop. Listen, man, there is a very unhealthy relationship between Microsoft executives and the fan base. Like, there's a reason why, like, the Xbox podcast that they did last year, they had to like basically treat their fans like, like they had to break bad news to their kids, I thought Dick says, like, why does it bother you? Well, truthfully, it bothers me because it's just like, it's just difficult to see people be so dumb. Because I've watched it time and time again. And for some reason, it's like they're proven to be dumb and wrong, but they still come out as the most arrogant, loudmouth, just parade, they're parading around doing their victory laps. And it's like, I don't understand how this is even possible considering you've been beyond wrong. Like, you've been wrong to a level that most people would ever dare to achieve, to reach that, but yet they're still, and it's because it's a concerted group effort, man. That's why. Where it's like they've all just decided that if we just all get together and say the same shit loud enough, then it has to be true. And it's like, okay. And it's going to fall apart. The wheels are going to fall off. Their wheels are already shaking, dude. And I would say everybody can see it, but most people with any modicum of sense can see it. Jake Skew 28, a member for 20 months, says, have fun ranting, LOL, and keep it real. That's what I'm doing. I'm ranting today. They're so dumb, they'll try to one-up how dumb they are to prove you wrong. You're saying about the scope of Soros, Housemarque has a similar amount of staff as Bend at the height of Days Gone. If they want to deliver something as big as Days Gone, they can. I do think, I'm curious to see how big Soros is going to be in scope and scale. I think it's going to be bigger, but how much bigger is the question? We talking like 10% bigger, 25% bigger, 50% bigger? It's low key sad to watch a corporate prey on customers like this, to be honest. Dude, I'm telling you, Gaming Survivor, man, like everybody just pretended for some reason that Phil Spencer didn't straight up say in a leaked email that they will the Xbox fan base will evangelize it. Like, bro, why like what? These are how they view you. They know you're a cult. They know you're a cult, bro. And they're treating you like one. They're banking on it. Michael Lynch with the $2 chat says up, up, down, down, left, right, left, right. Michael, how long did it take you to type out the Konami code, bro? Listen, I'm not saying there isn't a PlayStation cult either. Right? What I'm saying is that we're like, when Sony says, hey, we know you're fans. Like, we know you're like really diehard fans. So we're going to ask you to pay more money. We're not like, what the fuck? Are you serious right now? Like, no, dude. This is why I'm trying to say, like, when the PS5 Pro came out and it was $700, and again, everybody was pissing and shitting themselves. And I'm just like, I'm pretty sure there's like millions of PlayStation players who are going to buy that. I'm pretty sure there's millions of PlayStation players that are like, I want that thing. I was expecting a Pro, we got a Pro, and it's $200 more, and I'll pay for it. And it's all the other, like, that's the thing. It's the other people who are actually the fucking babies in the room. Where it's like, you can't charge $700 for that console. It doesn't even do anything. Sony's just greedy. They just want all your money, and they're just gonna try to get one over on all the PlayStation fans. It's like, will you shut the fuck up? Like, seriously, that's all it is. It's like, and then they fucking all move on to the next thing. The Nintendo Switch 2. Like, what do you fucking do? Like, go kick rocks. As my grandmother would say, go kick rocks, bro. But that's the thing I'm saying, man, is like, you don't see PlayStation players who it's like I do encounter those PlayStation players, bro. I encounter those PlayStation players who's like, this generation has been the fucking worst generation I've ever seen for PlayStation. Like, then fucking leave, bro. Like, then go away. Go to fucking PC. Like, do you not see people on the internet screaming at you like me right now, but on the other side telling you, come to PC, it's the best. It's so much better. Go. Like, just let the fucking people who are enjoying PlayStation enjoy it. Okay? Like, Sony's not going to fucking condemn you if you don't buy a $700 PS5 Pro. It's like the amount of times I had to tell people that if you see the PS5 Pro price point and you feel like you just shit and piss yourself, you know, guess what? It's okay. It's okay. Change your diaper. It's not for you. I'm just kidding. No, but really, I had to explain to people. Like, over and over again, like, this is an auxiliary product. It is a bonus product for those who really want it and want those, however minute those upgrades may seem to you, it's for those who want it. If you say, you know what, Sony, I paid $500 for my launch PS5, I'm good. They're not going to be upset with you. Nobody's going to, like, everything's fine. If you even say, you know what, I'm good, I'm going to go to PC, everything's fine. But what's fucking annoying are the people who want to get on their high horse and be like, well, you're a fucking idiot if you buy a Pro. Those are the people that are the problem. Just like I'm not out here telling people you're a problem if you subscribe to Game Pass. No, you're not. If Microsoft's giving you a good deal, you go for the deal. Go for it for as long as you can. But just don't sit there like an idiot and try to tell me and everybody else in the industry, even industry experts who are trying to tell you that the that the subscription service model is not going anywhere. Don't try to sit there and screech at us that we're wrong and we're the dumbasses. That's what I'm trying to say, man. All right, we got Delwyn Jones. Thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. He says the PlayStation 6 and the next true PlayStation handheld adopting AMD's UDNA architecture could redefine gaming performance. Can't wait to see how this shapes up the next-gen experience. Exciting times ahead. Actually, what's really interesting about what you're saying, Delwyn, is if I understand correctly, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, I think I'm trying to remember where I heard this, but the upcoming PlayStation handheld is going to be the first essentially mobile / handheld version of UDNA, AMD's UDNA, that's going to be available on the market. That's going to be really, really interesting to see. I don't know what the price point of that's going to be, but yeah, you're not wrong in terms of performance and what it could do, because it's going to be the first. Again, if I could be incorrect, but I swear I heard recently that that's going to be the first time we see that in like a handheld form in like AMD's roadmap. Red Gaming Tech, yeah, I'd have to check him out. I haven't come across his video or his content in a little while. It'll smoke the Ally. It's funny how quickly Xbox dialed down the ambassadors program and other things as soon as they went multiplat. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, again, man, I understand that there are some people on the PlayStation side of things that are just way too, like, there are PlayStation players who want to, or like fanboys who want to piss on the grave of Xbox or whatever, which I think is kind of in poor taste somewhat, where it's like, come on, man, like, I say this as somebody where I had good memories and good times with Xbox as well, but when it comes to that group of fans, you know which ones I'm talking about. Yeah, fuck them, dude. They're gonna get what they deserve what they get. Go ahead. You guys want to celebrate? You want to celebrate a handheld? You want to celebrate Phil Spencer coming out here after all these years of Phil Spencer just lying to your face, telling you to wait till next E3. You want to celebrate that man coming out, showing you this big ass handheld that they didn't even make, that they just slapped their logo on, telling you can't play all of your Xbox games on it, and you want to treat that like it's the second coming of Christ. You go right ahead, because that's exactly what they're banking on. But the difference is when PlayStation players look to the future with like the PlayStation 6, and here's something I'm going to drop. Here's something I'll drop on you guys that this will literally make certain Xbox players punch fucking air, dude. Like Xbox, like I'm talking about like the toxic Xbots that you see on Twitter and fucking whatever. They won't tell you, and they'll never admit it. And, they're probably going to get their panties in a twist because I even say this, but this is the fucking truth. What Sony's about to do with the next generation is what they wish Microsoft would do. That's just the fucking reality. They're going to have to sit there and try to tell themselves they're happy about Microsoft slapping an Xbox logo on an Asus PC with a controller and be like, this is great. This is better. When in reality, Sony's going to be coming out with rolling out Mark Cerny. Again, Mark Cerny's probably swan song. They're going to be rolling him out, and he's going to be like, here's the PlayStation 6. Here's everything that went in it. Here's a dedicated PlayStation handheld. Here's the family of fucking PlayStation devices, all in-house. And people are going to be like, well, that's fanboy. That's fanboy. It's like, no, dude, that's what fucking most Xbox players would be killing to have right now. Are you kidding me? I was there. I was literally there 5 years ago with the rollout of the Series X, and you better believe that's what they wanted. It's just Microsoft dropped the fucking ball, dude. Yeah, I'm telling you, that's what most Xbox players want, because that's what Xbox always was. That's what Xbox always was. Xbox needs to stick around. No, it's not Xbox. Xbox is sticking around. Xbox is, dude, Xbox, my PlayStation is an Xbox now, bro. Xbox ain't going nowhere. What you mean to say, Lux, is those groups of toxic Xbox players that just, again, they just walk around with their fucking panties in a twist. every day. Those are the ones that need to stick around. And something tells me they're going to stick around. Michael Lynch, you're saying, is Mark Cerny designing the PlayStation Portable? Yeah. Yep. You never see toxic stuff because you stay off of X. Well, you know what, Lux? I'll be honest with you, man. Like, I've had extended periods of time. It may not seem like it, but Jake, thank you. I'm going to check that in just a moment, buddy. I appreciate it. I've had extended periods of time where I stay off of Twitter as well, and it's better, but it still comes to the channel. So, like, I see it no matter what. I've just accepted that there's no escaping it. And I've seen these people be like, don't come back to Xbox. Like, bitch, they came to me. And again, just another knot in the panties that they just can't undo. But, you know, it is what it is, bro. It is what it is. Let's see. We have a direct donation from. Hold on. I got a couple here. Wait. No, hold on. This is all messed up. Let me sort it out. It's taking a while to load. Give me a second. Okay, yeah. Jake, I'm sorry about that. You're saying, here's a $2 donation. Here it is for the mic. Well, thank you so much for that, Jake. I appreciate that, buddy. That's good stuff. Appreciate all the support. I'm going to add that. Was that brings us to 245. I'm just saying, dude. Like, I've been here for a while, and I've been paying closer attention to this shit than 99.99% of people. All right, and even when you look at the title of my video today, Witcher 4 PS5 is being developed first and foremost for the PS5. Okay? First and foremost for the PS5. And then CD Projekt Red goes on to say how it's going to be extremely challenging to get this game at 60 FPS on the Series S. Already ahead of time, preemptively, years ahead of time, telling you the Series S is going to give us problems. I just watched people go ballistic a week and a half ago, not even like a week ago, over the Black Myth Wukong situation where the developers came out multiple fucking times and told you, they fucking told you, the developers themselves told you, the Series S needed more time. That's what they told you. Sony said nothing about exclusivity. Nobody said anything about exclusivity except insiders, leakers. And half of the other leakers said there is none. And it's like, well, the developers lied. And it's like, why would they fucking lie about that? Like, I'm serious. Like, why would a developer lie about having trouble getting a game like Black Myth Wukong, which wasn't even fully optimized for the PS5, by the way? It wasn't even fully optimized for the PS5. Why would they lie about that? Because you need them to lie. You need people to believe that, well, I mean, look, it's releasing exactly 1 year later. Meanwhile, every single year for the past 6 years with this studio, every announcement they've made, every release they've done, anything, August 20th. Maybe, listen, if it is some kind of secret exclusive, this is some voodoo shit going on. Where even I'm going to be like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And if it does ever turn out that it is, like, it's confirmed, like, yeah, there wasn't an actual exclusive, an agreement. Like, they could not release it on Xbox. Okay. Holy shit, Sony, you're out of your goddamn mind. And Game Science, what the hell's wrong with you? Yeah, it's a big what the fuck. But literally right now, the developers are here to tell you it's because they had trouble with the Series S. When this game, I need these people to tell me why this game was struggling performance-wise on the PS5 at launch. If this was a PlayStation exclusive, why was it struggling at launch on the PS5? That's the greatest evidence that what they're saying about struggling to get it running on the Series S is true. I'm just saying, man, like it's easier for them to just deny and say, no, no, no. Sony is a scumbag piece of shit company. And, well, maybe they are sometimes, but it's just, that's what it's got to be. They come out here and they just, it's like, this cannot be a possible reality. Even though there's multiple indicators seemingly confirming that that is the reality, dude. But then, here's what's even better. A fucking week later, you got CD Projekt Red being like, Series S, it's going to be tough. I don't know if we can do it. It's going to be a real challenge. What, did Sony fucking pay them too? I was like, well, the Baldur's Gate devs, they had no problem coming out and fucking, taking Microsoft to task. And I'm like, yeah, every developer's different. They're a Chinese developer. They're not going to come out here and be assholes. Not that I'm saying Baldur's Gate, not that I'm saying that they were being assholes, but I'm just saying they were just being frank to a degree where it's like, they're like, that's like Microsoft's, that's their problem. It almost seems like they want their game to sell well on Xbox if they can get it on there. I mean, you're saying developer skill issue, and that's probably what it is, dude. They clearly prioritized PC, and PS5, again, had its struggles for a while when it launched performance-wise. But, yeah, and we'll just pretend that all the other developers who spoke out against the Series S, again, I don't have a fucking axe to grind with the Series S like that anymore. I'm over it. May not seem like it, but it's true. Like, whatever, dude. Yeah, hundreds of games run on the Series S. It is what it is. My problem, again, is with the people where it's like, why is it so hard for you to just fucking admit that the Series S is not a great console? That the Series S was a half-assed attempt of Microsoft trying to undercut Sony's pricing. And it came with a cost. Why can't people admit that? Instead, they're like, well, I fucking love my Series S, man. I play that shit every day, and games look and run great on it. It's like, okay, buddy. Sure. And I understand we're like, well, I bought my Series S for my kid or whatever, and it's like, that's great. I have no problems with that. Something tells me your kid isn't out here freaking out about Black Myth Wukong. Piper, you're saying Mark Cerny is trash as a person that plays on... Wait, hold on. Mark Cerny is tra. You said Traah. I read that as trash. I don't know if that's actually what you meant, though. Say, as a person that plays on both PS5 and Xbox, Sony tech doesn't even compare to what Xbox does. Piper, there ain't no way, bro. There ain't no way. Piper. Bro. Are you serious? Piper's like, ain't no way that PlayStation tech that Mark Cerny be developing, that don't touch the Xbox. That doesn't touch what Xbox does. That don't touch my 12 T-flop. My 12 T-flops. It's all good, Piper. It's all good, man. I'm just playing with you. But I do disagree. Tifa flops? Xbox does have better VRR. That is true. That's an objective fact. Clip it and ship it. Xbox has better VRR. Xbox wins. Sony loses. Clip it and ship it. Right now. Right away. Work faster. Come on. What are you doing? We also have Michael Lynch with a super chat. He says, wrong. Arnold. Wrong. Wrong. Not a developer skill issue. They even had Xbox working with them to get it working on the Series S, and they couldn't get it working. Listen, Michael, I'm just trying to, I'm even trying to give him something here, you know? And it still ain't good enough. It still ain't good enough. Cerny still talks me to sleep at night with his Road to PS5 ASMR. Delwyn Jones, exactly. Cerny is the GOAT. Cerny's the GOAT, dude. Listen, there's a reason why when the PS5 and Xbox Series X came out, the Series X on paper was more powerful. The Series X had more compute units, just a raw, bigger GPU. It was more capable. There's a reason why the PS5 was still outperforming it most of the time. And it's because it's not just the raw specs that count. It's the development environment. You know, Mark Cerny prioritized the development environment and wanted to make sure that even though we may not have the most amount of compute units, we may not have the most, you know, the most powerful console on paper, we want to make sure that what is there, developers have the easiest time possible extracting the most out of it. And that's exactly what happened. You know? So I mean, that's the great thing about Mark Cerny helming this stuff is he is a developer. He has a development background, and he knows, he has a really good idea of what developers look for in this stuff and what they want and what they'll prioritize. Xbox runs UE5 better. I think there's some truth to that. But PS5 Pro is out, so I don't know. I mean, fuck, man. We got Microsoft putting more effort in the PlayStation console versions of their games these days than the Xbox versions, so I don't even know what to say about that anymore. Is the game playable in the Series S now? Quick Resume was pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen many people talk about Quick Resume, but I do feel like that was a cool feature that they had. But I'm not sure if the next batch of Xbox console hardware is going to do it, you know? What else do we got here? Oh, well, we may as well just add more fuel to the fire, guys. We got a mostly negative Xbox themed stream. That's right. Fuck every positive thing I've ever said about Xbox. All that matters is that I hate them and I hope they die. I hope Xbox dies. Anyway, we have a article here from Push Square that says Revenge of the Savage Planet launched day one on Xbox Game Pass. But the maker, Raccoon Logic's boss, Alex Hutchinson, has said developers should not take the Microsoft deals. Speaking with Gamer Social Club, he had admitted that while sales for the title have been good, most of its traffic is coming through Microsoft's subscription. He said that if the industry keeps doing day-and-date releases like this, it'll devalue the industry at large. Hutchinson continued that his studio initially took the deal with Microsoft in the hope that the extra exposure would lead to greater DLC sales. He fell for the Phil Spencer lie. But that hasn't been the case. We haven't seen that, or at least not yet, he admitted. What we've seen is that content has been devalued and that people are less willing to pay for things, which in the long run will likely mean less games being made and a lot more studios going under. Perhaps somewhat hypocritically, Hutchinson argued that the whole industry should agree to only allow games on subscription services a year after release. He likened the idea to the film industry, where movies generally launch first in theaters before eventually ending up on Blu-ray and streaming platforms. It's worth noting that Raccoon Logic did get paid up front for putting the game on Game Pass, although Hutchinson implied that the payouts aren't as big as they once were. So, all right, so I think we can surmise here that this developer is an idiot. Why would he ever say such a thing about Game Pass? Who does he think he is? Lux, to put a counterpoint out here, why is it that when the developer of Expedition 33 announces how many copies they've sold, they're going with copies sold and not players played? But I mean, really, I'll be honest, man. They probably, I don't say that they regret taking the bag from Microsoft, but god damn, they probably are seeing so many people playing that game through Game Pass, and like those would have been full sales, bro. Because Expedition 33 is a game that did not need Game Pass at all, and they went with it. And I think it's fine. You know, I think it's a win for Game Pass. Like, hell yeah. But that's, I think, an outlier. You know, not many games are going to be able to achieve what Expedition 33 achieved. But yeah, I mean, I thought that this was worth covering because it once again, we have a developer. Like, listen, I think there's a mixture. We've seen developers say good things about Game Pass, but we also have seen developers say bad things. And this is a developer who's straight up coming out saying that, you know, they thought that this was going to translate to more sales for their game, and it didn't. And most people who engage with it are doing so through Game Pass. And he's even going as far to say, and this, to me, this is what's interesting. This developer who took the Game Pass deal has come out and even said that other developers shouldn't take it, and that the industry should at least do a 1-year rule. That, to me, is something that's like, is anybody else going to cover this and pay attention to this? Because this is a developer who made a game and took the deal, you know? So, yeah, I don't know, man. If I was a developer, I would only take the Game Pass deal if Microsoft even offered it. I would only take it if I genuinely, like, I was nervous that what if my game wasn't going to sell enough? Like, I need something to lean back on. But I don't know, man. That's, according to this one dev, it's not looking good for them. You think Xbox dunked on them by releasing Oblivion Remastered at the same time? That was weird. I don't know why they did that. How does it? Well, that's true. Well, Lux, that's the thing. It's true. The studios don't have to take the deals. Microsoft's not putting a gun to their head, just like Sony's not putting a gun to studios that want to do exclusivity. There's no guns being put to the head here. I just think it's interesting that you have this developer who's this outspoken, straight up saying, like, if you're a developer, don't take the deal. I do wonder, like, you know, I mean, I'll be honest, man. The developer of Expedition 33 is not going to say anything about how this game performed on Game Pass. They're not going to say anything. I just can't help but wonder if they had known, like, truly, if they had known that their game was going to be this successful, would they have taken the Game Pass bag? Square did regret their exclusivity deal. And yeah, Sony's exclusivity can't save everybody, man. Just like Game Pass can't save everybody. Oh, there's a behind-the-scenes video. They explain everything with Microsoft. Is it on their YouTube channel? Square can't sell shit regardless. I mean, I feel like there's some truth there. Yeah. There's definitely some truth there. All right. Hold on. Where am I at here? Guys, by the way, we're probably going to be wrapping up the stream soon. We're getting close to hitting the 4-hour mark. We're at 11 members. I appreciate that. We had Corey drop 5. We had Hellbound drop 5. And we had a membership renewal. Just going to put it out there. Last call. All right, last call. They did sell an extra 10 or 20 copies on Xbox, yeah. Last call for membership gifts. We'll see if we can get there. Can we get a train going before we wrap it up? It's cool if we don't. You know, I want you to, though. But it's cool if we don't. Can we at least get to 25 for the rants? No, but I appreciate all the support you guys have been showing. The Genius 200X with the $5 chat says Microsoft might be called to testify on the P. Diddy trial because it was said they effed their fan base in what may be the biggest freak-off to have ever happened. Holy shit. Holy shit. Genius, I was not prepared for that super chat, man. Where's Digital Dude? Genius, where's Digital Dude? Because, man, he would be popping off right now. Where are they when they're the people who would be going crazy with certain super chats? They're just never here when they occur. Yeah, or Rich Rod, yeah. Or Rich Rod. Especially Rich Rod today. Where the fuck is Rich Rod today, bro? Oh, man. We hold the PlayStation flag high. No, man, you know what it boils down to at the end of the day? At the end of the day, I just appreciate that Sony isn't sugarcoating shit. You know, they're not. They're not bullshitting me. They're not bullshitting you. I'm not saying that they're good. They're a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, dude. They don't give a shit about you or me, but I appreciate that they're just out here like, yeah, bro, we want your money. Okay? And we're gonna hopefully get your money by giving you the shit that you want. And this is why it's like I wanted to give you this little anecdotal thing that I came across recently. Prince G, a member for 15 months, says Square are ungrateful. Oh man, damn. Sony has made them tons of loot over the years. PlayStation is still king nonetheless. Oh yeah, suck it, Wes. LOL. And Piper with a $5 chat says, sometimes I forget that this is a PlayStation-centric channel. The hatred for something that most people here doesn't even play on comes off very mental. Well, you know what's mental to me, Piper? Honestly, what's mental to me is how when I am like, you know what, let's talk about PlayStation's games lineup. Right? Let's talk about PlayStation's games lineup. And then for some reason, there's got to be like people screeching, right? Loudly. Like, PlayStation has no games, bro, and they suck, and they've sucked for the last 5 years, and this is the worst generation ever. And it's like, I'm just trying to talk about the games that are coming out. Xbox's lineup is better. Again, trying to talk about the PlayStation lineup. I'm going to sell my PS5 Pro. Like, but you know what the thing is, Piper? Our PlayStation is an Xbox, so we have every right, truthfully, we have every right to be critical towards Xbox because we have their games now and they're PlayStation games. And in the same way that when we get games from Capcom, Sega, EA, Ubisoft, we're going to be critical towards those games, or Sony's games will be critical towards as well if we need to, you know, with whatever they release. It's going to be the same now. And Piper, I want to reiterate that, like, I don't have a problem. I mean, I have some problems with the Xbox brand and Microsoft as a company. My biggest problem, again, is with certain portions of their fan base. Because when I see the people on my channel that get defensive, I know what they're getting defensive towards. You know? Like, are there some people in my chat that are mentally unstable and would take a sledgehammer to an Xbox? Yes. And I don't condone that. But I just have to accept it. Gaming Survivor, I'm looking at you. Rich Rod? But, in all seriousness, like, a lot of people on my channel and who come to my chat that come off very, like, aggressively PlayStation, it's because they see the shit that I see. They know who I'm talking about. They know what I'm talking about. They know. And they see it. There are fucking channels, dude. There are channels where literally every day all they do is wake up, get off their mattress in their basement, you know, in the darkness, in the decrepit darkness, roaches and shit crawling around. They got to, you know, swipe away the cobwebs. They turn on their PCs, you know, and they're going to sit in their chair for the entire day. And literally all their content is we're just going to go make fun of PlayStation Twitter accounts or PlayStation content creators or anybody who's talking about PlayStation. That's all they do. That's all they do. And so, you know what? When I see people in my chat that are making jokes about Xbox, I'm going to say, you know what? That's pretty light, truthfully, compared to the other shit that's going on out there. Pretty light. But they see it. And I know they see it. You're a fan of the salt? The salt shall flow. The salt shall flow. And the cycle continues. But anyway, it's them or us. Exactly. Bro, that's exactly. It was either them, it's either them or us, bro. All right? We ain't got no choice out here. What the hell was I gonna do though? Oh, yeah. Okay. I gotta give you this. And I think I'm gonna start, I think at some point, I'm gonna start just going toe to toe and pointing this shit out. Oh, wait, here we go. Here's another thing that I can say fuck Microsoft for. And this is actually a real genuine fuck you. Not to the fans, but to Xbox and Microsoft. Well, it's a half fuck you. It's half, honestly. So I just saw True Achievement says the era of physical Xbox game is ending, whether we like it or not. So on one hand, Microsoft, I just saw that you announced a physical version of Gears of War Reloaded for PS5. So I can buy a physical copy of your game on PS5. But for Xbox players, they don't get physical games anymore. They're done. I have to issue a firm fuck you, Microsoft, for that. And that's one that I think a lot of Xbox players who care about physical games can get behind, because that sucks. That's crazy, dude. Like, that's fucking crazy. Physical Xbox discs aren't play anywhere. That's true. And I understand that if they're trying to push that initiative, maybe they see it as a necessary sacrifice, but I just think that that's crazy. Like, this is why I'm saying, like, if I am a person who likes to buy physical games, if I was on the Xbox side of things, I'd be like, there's no way. Like, there's no way you're dropping this game physically on the competition's console, but you're not doing it for your own. Are you kidding me? But then again, a lot of people on Xbox subscribe to Game Pass, and Game Pass isn't even buying digital games, it's renting digital games. So, again, man, what the hell? But check this out. There was this interaction I had on Twitter yesterday. Okay. Just so people, I got to show this to you guys. So you know, like, I'm not crazy. I am crazy, but just so you know why I'm going off. And I know what people are going to say, stay off of Twitter. It's just Twitter. No. This stuff is not just Twitter. Why is Skylanders trending, by the way? But this is not Twitter. I see similar shit like this on my channel. It's everywhere. Because I choose to cover PlayStation, this is the bullshit that I will see. And I'm going to start just fucking going toe-to-toe with it. I've been, like, listen, man, I've been wanting to walk the path of peace. I'm clearly going to have to walk the path of pieces. And as I say that, Garrett shows up. MBG! Wes is subbed for unlimited baby oil. So check this out. I asked one question on Twitter yesterday. One simple question. You ready? How do you feel about PlayStation's upcoming single-player games? And I put Death Stranding, Ghost of Yotei, Saros, and Wolverine. I can only fit 4 pictures. 4 games. How do you feel about PlayStation's upcoming single-player games? This person replies, saying, Sony is in a massive drought lately. They've gotten too comfortable and are happy to drain PlayStation gamers without putting in any effort. There's a reason that old Xbox games are the best sellers on PlayStation. So not only did this motherfucker not answer the question, he didn't answer the question, but he somehow wanted to make it Xbox better than PlayStation. You see what I'm saying? This is the shit that comes my way everywhere all the time. And I'm tired of people being like, why console warn, bro? Why console warn? Like, did you just... Listen, man. This is the most upvoted reply. Even if I wanted to avoid this, it's the most upvoted. I can't avoid it. If this was a nobody with no upvotes and I didn't even see it, no harm, no foul. That's not the situation. So I had to reply to this guy, and I said, no one is forced to give Sony any money. People are buying games on PS5, and Sony has multiple AAA first-party titles coming. See, that's another comical thing that I see. Sony's in a drought. Literally, they have a fucking game launching in a week, in 10 days. In 10 fucking days. And they're in a drought? You just told me that Xbox is releasing their games on PlayStation, but PlayStation's in a drought. Oh, not even making any sense. I said, I feel like you sidestepped the question and somehow made this about Xbox. Oh, see? But, hold on. Oh, where did that person delete their reply? Uh-oh, hold on. Somebody may have deleted their reply. I wanted to read it. Okay. Sorry, guys. They actually deleted it. Or, oh, no, hold on. They didn't delete it. It was just really buried. Somebody else replied, and we're going to get to a point where I start, no. It's not about having thicker skin. I'm not upset by this. It's just like, dude, I'm just trying to mind my own, and that's not a possibility. So I'm going to start showcasing this. Listen, if other people are going to make money off of this shit out there, I'm going to get mine too. I'm not going to deal with this shit and not make money off of it. I'm not doing that. That's not how this is going to work. So if they're going to keep coming at me, well, let's just say some changes is a coming. All right. But anyway, although I don't have it up on screen right now, this person replied to me, and this was where I really had some fun, because it's like, oh my God. Okay. They said, no, he's right. PlayStation hasn't been good for the past 3 years. Some random stranger on the internet told me I legit spent $700 on the PS5 Pro, and for what? Literally nothing worth owning it for. They're a disgusting, scummy company now. Nothing they used to be. Okay, so this also proceeded to get quite a few upvotes. So I responded saying 2 things. Number 1, you still haven't answered my fucking question. Like, it's just a simple question, man. Why are you telling me how upset you are about Sony making you buy a $700 console and how scummy they are? I just asked you how you feel about their games. But I also said, number 2, you bought a PS5 Pro, which came out less than 1 year ago, and just now decided you feel this way about Sony. Why don't you sell it and go where you feel it's better? Simple. And this person proceeded to respond again. All right, sorry about that. So this person did reply to me. And this is where it gets good. They say, I already answered it. I said I like Death Stranding too. I didn't see them answer the questions. Maybe they did and I missed it, but I didn't see it. They said less than a year ago doesn't make a difference. They could have given us a showcase, a new God of War, Spider-Man 3, a new Killzone. Instead, they spoon-feed us shit, and you think that's okay? PlayStation used to be the best. So just so we're clear, this dude, he says he bought a PS5 Pro. So that means he bought it within the last, what's it been? 8 months? Almost 9 months? He expected Sony to release a new God of War, Spider-Man 3, and a new Killzone. When for some reason, this person claims they bought a PS5 Pro under the guise that that's what Sony promised them. And because they didn't get that, Sony went to complete shit, and they're a disgusting company. So here's what I said, okay? And I kept it as simple as I could. Will you sell your PS5 Pro and go spend your time and money somewhere else? Or are you sticking with PlayStation? They then proceeded to tell me, no joke, they proceeded to tell me how they have a PC and they just got a Switch too. So they said, I have an RTX 5080 PC I play everything on, and I just got a Switch too. I don't need the money that bad to sell my PS5 Pro, but it barely gets used. PlayStation needs to do something big. So what you're telling me is that you have a major fucking problem with PlayStation to a point where you think they're a disgusting, scummy company, but you're just happy to give them your $700. You get what you deserve, buddy. Okay? Cry harder. Cry. Cry that Sony didn't give you your Killzone and they didn't give you your God of War. Because you know what you told Sony? You said, you know what, Sony? I fucking hate you and you're a scumbag company. Here's my $700. Thank you very much. I'm going to go play on my PC. You are that person is the epitome. That person is the epitome of you are making everything 10 times worse. These are the people. These are the people that want to come my way and try to fucking tell me, like, bro, sell your fucking Pro and never give Sony a dime. Go spend your time and money in a place where you believe it'll be better. Because this bullshit of you have a problem with Sony and you want them to get better, but you're going to give them your money anyway, are you retarded? The answer is yes, you are. Sorry. Not trying to be a dick, but the answer is yes. And as for the original person that answered, I'm out here showing them 4 of the biggest fucking games that are coming in the next year. And they're like, Sony got too complacent and comfortable. They got too complacent and too comfortable, man. Like, the fuck are you talking about? But I appreciate the engagement, and that person did have a blue check mark, and they made me money. So thank you. Anyway, what company is a good company? No company is a good company. Michael Lynch coming in with a super chat saying, MBG, what is best in life? What is best in life? Well, you know, Lux, here's the thing, man. I've been saying how I have a fear of Sony getting too comfortable, but the reality is, like, I was under the impression that by me being fair and balanced, people would also be fair and balanced, and they're not. I say, I hope Sony doesn't get too comfortable and become complacent, and we're going to have to monitor that. People were the response I get from the internet, they are complacent, they do suck, and Xbox is better. And it's like, the fuck are you talking about? But this is where I'm just like, you know what? I got a better one. Death Stranding 2 comes out exclusively on PS5 in like a week and a half. Then later this year, Ghost of Yotei comes out exclusively on PS5. 2 Game of the Year contenders. And then after that, we get Wolverine from Insomniac. We get Intergalactic, and maybe Intergalactic. Intergalactic's either going to be a 10 out of 10 masterpiece or a dumpster fire. Depends on who you ask. But either way, we're getting it. We're getting Saros. And who knows what other titles Sony has yet to announce, because clearly they're fucking hiding some shit. And this is just like, this is just where people are like, yeah, but that's a drought. And it's like, let me fucking tell you something, buddy. Let me tell you, and Michael, I'm sorry to answer the question. Yeah, I know. I was supposed to say the Conan line. I got to keep the rant. I got to keep the rant flowing. I got to keep going till there's nothing left. Leo Jimmy says, Michael, crush your enemies, see them driven before you, and hear the lamentation of the women. Sony knows. Leo Jimmy's like, I'm gonna leave that part out though. We're a PC, okay? We're a PC PlayStation podcast. No, it's just because, you know what? Fuck these dudes, man. They're coming after me every day, no matter what. So it's like, you know what? Fine. Fuck you all. Let's go. You want to get real about it? Here, I'm going to get real about it. Sony's got 2 Game of the Year fucking contenders they're dropping this year. Take that conversation about how Sony ain't got no games in the drought and shove it way up your ass, buddy. How about that one? Ghost of Wotai. I'm ready. Yo, it would be, listen, it's going to be so funny if Ghost of Yotei is just the wokest game ever. I'm going to be in shambles. I'm going to be in tears. I'm going to be ripping this down. I'll be like, Sony, Sony. You know, dude, a week before Ghost of Yotei drops, there's going to be an article that comes out, or like an interview where it's like, Sucker Punch reveals how Neil Druckmann guided their development process of Ghost of Yotei. I'm going to jump out a fucking window. But yeah, dude, I'm tired of it because it will never end. And it's like, you know what? Everybody else is out there getting theirs. I'm going to get mine. And I'm not going to do so forcefully. It's just, again, I want to remind you that little tweet is just a microcosm of the shit that I see, where I was just simply asking how do you feel about Sony's upcoming single player games? You could have said good, you could have said bad, you could have told me what you wanted, you could have told me what was missing. But instead, I get people coming out here telling me how Sony's garbage, they got complacent, and Xbox is better. It's like, you know what? Okay, you're going to get fucking suplex now, buddy. But maybe that's what they hoped for. We're doing some suplex and axe kicking. The axe kick is my personal favorite. Or the drop kick down the steps. My window's open. I just heard somebody walk by. I think they're a little concerned. Breaking news, The Last of Us goes Japanese. Oh, geez. I mean, like, dude, it's so funny. I remember back in like 2022 when all the Xbox dudes, they were like, Sony's losing Kojima, bro. Sony's losing Kojima. Wait until they see. What are they going to do? Kojima's making an exclusive Xbox game. Dude, that exclusive Xbox game is no longer exclusive. It's multi-platform. We haven't even seen it. Kojima has basically told us that game is actually a movie. And in that time, we got Death Stranding 2 and the announcement of Fizzant, which is going to be a spiritual successor to Metal Gear. And I'm pretty sure that's not, I mean, could it be multi-platform? Maybe, but considering Sony's behind it, it's probably going to be a PS6 exclusive. What are these dudes talking about? That's another thing I was right about, by the way, that I didn't mention earlier. You got these dudes taking victory laps like, yeah, we got OD, baby. How does it feel? How do the ponies feel losing their precious Kojima? It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? We actually have the good shit he's making over here. Although OD could be good, but guess what? We get that too. So fuck you, buddy. Well, Lux, listen, I won't lie. There are some people who went. I warned them. Don't go full. You know what? When it comes to the Kojima hate, because you don't know. And some of them, Rich Rod, some of them went full. They went all the way out there with the Kojima hate, and I'm like, bro, listen, man. Just because Kojima goes to Xbox for a project doesn't mean he's bad. I'll follow him to Xbox to play that project. Yeah, brother. Cream rises to the top. Are we sure OD is coming to PS5? Garrett, I got a better one for you. Are we sure OD is coming at all? Serious question. Like, I really wonder what's going on with that thing. I am curious to see what that is. I am curious to see what OD is, because it's like, Kojima seems really afraid that people are going to think it's just a movie, but he's working with Jordan Peele, who makes movies, and he talked about working with other directors, and I'm like, I think Kojima just accidentally made a movie for Microsoft. Microsoft's just like, are you serious? So Kojima, we're here to check on it. We need a progress report on this game. How's it going? And he shows them like a 30-minute cutscene, and they're like, Phil's like, wow, that's yeah, that looks incredible. I gotta ask a question though, respectfully. Is there any gameplay? Like, do you have any gameplay you could show me, Mr. Kojima? And Kojima's just like, did you like it? And Phil's just like, okay, I guess I'll be back next year. You're fired. Yeah. Yeah, Microsoft firing Kojima. It'll never happen, bro. All right, man. I'm almost at 4.5 hours. Giving Xbox a literal movie game. That would be so funny. It's a literal movie game. The Outer Worlds 2 is not getting a physical. Oh, by the way, this is coming from Culture Crave. They're not a console. They don't cover gaming stuff that often. This just popped up 1 hour ago. Outer Worlds 2 is not getting a physical disc when it's releasing on Xbox. When it releases on Xbox, a digital download code will be inside the box. The game costs $80. Dude, I'm so glad I left Xbox, bro, because that, holy shit, that sucks. Legacy Killer HD. Legacy Killer HD, if I'm not mistaken, this man, yeah, he has 700,000 subscribers on YouTube. Okay, I don't watch his content personally. I mean, I think I've come across it a couple times. I just came across a tweet of his. This is just what's coming up. Twitter's listening to me. It's okay to admit the Series S has been an unmitigated disaster that has held back the console generation. So many devs the past few years have been vocal about their frustration of having to work around the constraints set by the budget current gen console. This is a person with 700,000 subscribers, okay, that doesn't even partake in the console warring, and that's what he just said. So if you got a problem with what I just said, then you got about the Series S, then you got a problem with Legacy Killer HD, and who knows how many other people who are probably in agreement. Just saying, bro. I'm just saying. Okay, guys, I need to tell you something. This is like the craziest thing that I've seen on Twitter because it's so fucking funny. There is a person named Skull King 266 who has 1,000. Oh, they follow me. Maybe, who knows? Maybe they're here right now listening. That's so funny. But they follow me. And every time, like, so I pay for Twitter Premium, but not like the highest end version. So I still get advertisements. I still get advertisements for, ads and shit on Twitter. And so many times I'm just scrolling through threads, this post pops up of his that he is paying to advertise. It has 16 million views and 32,000 likes. And I shit you not, it simply says, "We want Little Big Planet 4," and it tags PlayStation. And there's a picture of Little Big Planet 4, the logo. That's a fucking advertisement on Twitter, man. This is crazy. We live in crazy times. I mean, yeah, you gotta respect it. I respect the shit out of that. But this is crazy times where it's like an ad that I'm seeing, I'm being advertised to, and what is being advertised to me is a fan of Little Big Planet saying, "I need Sony to see this. We need a Little Big Planet 4." That's so funny. You've seen it a couple times too. That's so funny. That's amazing. 32,000 likes, 16 million views. Let's go. All right. Let's see what else pops up. Okay. Sorry, I just see some of the weirdest shit popping out. I'm just, before I roll out. Okay. Well, I think that about covers it, guys. Oh, there was something I wanted to ask you before I actually head out. Oh, and Michael Lynch with a super chat, by the way. I think I missed this one. I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait, Gaming Survivor, why are you dropping the hammer on Wes? All right, well, I mean, that last one, I guess, yeah, I can understand that one. Got to go get the other 100K subs in here during the streams. Get some ad money. Well, I mean, yeah, we do want to get more viewers in, but let's use the word. Yeah, I'm not going to read it. Michael Lynch, you're saying Mrs. MEG isn't going to let you play Yote when she sees the first hot spring scene. I don't know what you're talking about, Michael. There ain't going to be no hot springs. Nope. It goes to Woke Tai. Woke Tay. Got that Ghost of Woke Tay coming in. Going to be rainbows everywhere. Can't escape it. All right. That's it, man. That's it for the stream. Ooh, I hope you guys enjoyed it. Because, man, God, I've been sitting down for too fucking long. You think I rant? You think I'm ranting and I'm unhinged when I'm seated? Bro, you should see it. If I started doing standing streams, it would be fucking nuts. I'm going to lose control. Prince says, peace, MB Gooners. Rainbows in feudal Japan. Hell yeah, let's go. All right. We need more hand gestures. Be all over the place. Oh God, Lux. Okay. Well, thank you for that. That's the final say we needed. Garrett says we need the standing stream. I mean, dude, the standing stream at some point, I'm just gonna get so worked up, I'm gonna rip my fucking shirt off. You know, I want to get in. I'm out of shape, bro. I'm a little bit out of shape, not severely, but like I've put on some weight for the first time in my life, and I guess maybe it's just because I've been working out at home. Maybe I've been slacking, taking it too easy. Maybe I've been overeating. Maybe it's a combination of all those things and just sitting too much. I'm sitting too much, man. So I gotta start really lighting a fire under my ass, dude. Yeah, I love my pasta, bro. I love my pasta. I eat too much of it. Walking in circles will do wonders. Yeah, I should just get a mini treadmill and just walk while I'm talking. And then I slip and fall and like snap my legs in half and shit on stream. I'm just like lying at the bottom of the fucking desk and nobody can see me. Gotta wait for 911 to come. Why do I go there? Like, why am I that dark? Like, why can't it just be, yeah, you get you just walk on a treadmill and you just lose weight and everything's fine. But no, man, I do got to start doing more. I got to start doing more. Watch Yote be better than Tsushima. It has a chance, dude. I mean, look, I'll be honest. The greatest, I think Yote will be better than Tsushima as a complete game, like, and what it does. But Tsushima has some really high notes, man. And I don't know if they're going to be able to surpass those. Like, number one, Jin as a character, I think is an amazing character. I love his arc of, like, the struggle between doing what is right, you know, in terms of honoring his family and the code versus what he, you know, his own personal code and what he believes needs to be done. Between that and, you know, his uncle and the ending of that game and shit, dude. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be able to. I think from a gameplay perspective, I think this game will definitely surpass Tsushima. But from a story and character perspective, I'm not convinced yet. I need to see more because I like the direction they're going in with the story, and I think it has a chance. But it's got to be really impactful, man. Because Ghost of Tsushima was a really impactful game for me, like big time. I loved it. So Hot Springs Freak Off when? All right, and that's my sign to go, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I want to give a major shout out to everybody who showed support. If you dropped any super chats or memberships, or if you became a member or direct donations, thank you so much. I can only do what I do here because you guys make it possible. Yeah, boss was very chaotic today too. So we are fan funded, you know. Thanks, Rudy. Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll give that a shot right after the stream. I'll give it a shot. And yeah, so thank you guys for all your support. Big shout out to Devil Shooter who does the timestamps. He's the GOAT. So if you guys see the GOAT in the chat or in the comments, give him some thanks, show him some love, and we'll be back here hopefully tomorrow with some more content. I did put out a video earlier. Go check that out again if you're a member. We have some members content out there. So, all right, guys, please enjoy the rest of your day. Again, happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. And that's it. So, guys, I will catch you in the. Am I privating the stream? No. No, I'm not privating the stream. Devil Shooter. Fuck them bitches. Is what I say. Like I said, Devil Shooter, they watch me. They come to me. That's right. That's right. They can view it however they want. We're laughing at you. We're making fun of you. That's fine. You come to me. You come to me. Because without my content, good luck. Without their content, good luck. Good luck. Anyway, thank you for what you do, Devil Shooter. Guys, I'll catch you in the next one. Till then, enjoy the rest of your day.